Discord, just as a precaution.
A little bit of a audio check. Make sure you got yourself and us.
Yes, yes. My mic is being picked up in OBS. We are fine. I made sure that as
fingers,
soon as I opened OBS.
fingers crossed Discord holds out this week.
Oh yeah. Like,
I
I
would.
think it was yesterday where I was in a different server and
Okay,
everybody was roboting. And I was
there
just,
we go.
and then my ping just goes to 5,000. And I was just like, that's
Yeah.
weird.
Oh no.
So
Okay,
I
I think I'm
switched.
working now, hopefully.
I switched
I can hear you.
Just
Exit
the hiccups again.
black
Okay.
Oh no. Might want to mute yourself then.
Hold your breath.
Doesn't help.
Hold your fingers just an inch above your eye, like a micrometer above your eyelids. Try not to touch your eyelids while getting as close to your eyelids as
Stab
possible.
my face in the eye.
Yeah. Alright, well, while you hop in the game, Aurora, I will go ahead and walk us through our last game, as it's been a couple weeks.
Am I not in the game? God, hold on. It is like I was in the game. I don't know why it's not registering me being in the game.
So you thought.
I know, apparently. There I am.
Alright, so picking up last session, you all had just returned to the material plane, having concluded your time in 1468 Feywild, bringing about a salvation and a genocide. The inexorable march of time, dragging you kicking and screaming along. You appeared in the cavern where you had slain Mechalenethon and your foe Garrick Tarkanet, and as you stood over there still bleeding and sizzling corpses, you understood that not a moment had passed since the time you had disappeared following the wish spell. And as the cultists below heckled you and attempted to threaten and scare you that Severn was on his way, and that if you had survived the onslaught of Garrick and uh, Lenethon, then you would be weak and incapable of escape, that your time was coming to an end. You severed the head of Garrick and sent it out there as a message utilizing your catapult spell. Hitting one of the cultists, they backed up, giving you guys a little bit more space. But confirming that Garrick was dead, they now knew a false truth. They thought that destroying Garrick would weaken you all and deplete your energy, but they didn't know that you'd spent a week in a place where you could rest and regain that strength. And in the end, you left behind a few choice messages for your foe, Severin, some more crude and mean than the others, and some just questioning. But you teleported out and returned to your guild hall in Iriabor, a bastion of safety and sanctuary, a point zero in your adventure here, somewhere to always go back to and to find safe. You arrived within the main atrium of the guild hall, utilizing the dog tag that operates as your Wanderers of Starlight identification tag for the Guardians of the Sword Coast. Surprising Chad somewhat, he alerted Emmeline of your arrival, and you went into her office to debrief and inform her of everything that had happened in the week, in the day. You opened the demiplane and checked on Afalna, who had been scared but fine, and removed her collar that had been hindering her speech as well as magical casting. Bringing Emmeline up to speed and showing Afalna around the guild hall, you guys then returned to Lintier and to the Zatara estate so that Afalna could rest in her familiar surroundings, having been through quite an ordeal over the last few days after being kidnapped by Garrick. You guys visited with Falna at the estate, explored the city. Ken and Mia had themselves a nice little date night while Oni and Nicholas looked into the abduction of Ifalna and attempted to uncover what had really happened. Finding a tavern keeper who had been looking for some aid and the evidence of 2 missing possible cultists. You had at least a decent idea as to what had happened, that there had been sleeper agents waiting here within the city that were activated after you thought that the cult had left the Sword Coast. You advised Ifalna to increase her guard and to make every precaution, and even second guess the decision to bring her here as opposed to leaving her in Eriabor. But she reached out to King Malandrock, and having earned some grace and familiarity with him through the adventure with you all, convinced him to offer some of his more loyal guards that he trusts with his very life, to help protect her estate. And as they set up the perimeter around the estate, Oni kind of watched and observed their tactics and deemed them adequate. Aerith spent the evening talking with his mother about everything that had happened, and his sister, and questioning the path forward. You all rested that night. Aerith once again in the familiar bedroom that he grew up in, and the rest of you kind of taking up space within the guest room adjacent to it. Unfortunately, not necessarily a restful night for everybody, as Nicholas was visited by Severin himself. Having received some messages from him through the day's adventure, Nicholas found that Severin knew who he was, could send him, and recognized that pattern of magic within his own casting of Magic Mouth. And that night, Severin reached out into a dream and attempted to converse with Nicholas, swaying him more to his side. Nicholas refused, of course, understanding that this man does not represent truth, really. But the visitation happened and ended with a fiery blast that you saved against, causing no damage, but definitely got, at least I hope, his message across. Even though you saved it, it probably didn't sink in as much as he wanted. Ken, meanwhile, had another visitation, a dream, from an ally that had been lost for a while. And as I started looking over my notes today, I realized that it has been a year since Rose and Eodos left our party. We have been on this adventure with Oni and Mia and Nicholas for about 11 months now.
Crazy.
Game time.
That makes no sense, though.
Over that course of time, a sequence of these increasingly dramatic and desperate dreams that Ken had been receiving, finally culminating in a peaceful one, a happy one. One of it's hard to put the right word on it, but it was different. And as you spoke with Rose, and Rose spoke with you, believing you to be just some figment of their subconscious that was helping them deal with all of this, they apologized. And as you awoke, cursed them because you already forgave them. They just don't believe that you're actually talking to them. Spoke with Mia temporarily about it before returning to rest, but at least the dream was positive as opposed to the increasing negativity that you had been facing. All save for one small detail at the end. As the dream faded and Rose's apology drifted through this ephemeral space, the tiny white specks, shards of something on their arm shifted, and an eye opened to stare at you. You returned to sleep, awakening the next morning to a breakfast prepared by Ifalna and another discussion where you all talked about the future of the party, and Aerith brought up his decision that it might be better for him to take a step back. Ifalna and Fina were not. They were unsupportive. They weren't supportive of this, honestly. Having seen the growth that Aerith has made in the
Bitch.
past 6 months since joining with you all, even given the fear and the pain and the scars and everything that had happened to Falna and all of that, they still second guess this decision, telling him that there would always be a place for him here in Lintier, in their home, but that this path that he is on seems to be good for him, though it is hard and dangerous, and mistakes have been made, and Falna vowed to make every effort to never put herself in that line of fire again. She respected your decision. And as the party kind of looks on to Aerith and you all see his decision galvanizing, turned, headed out to the front of the Zatara estate to teleport to wherever you're going next. And as you all close the door behind you, we return to the interior. As Aerith, you stand there with your mother and sister, both kind of anticipating, waiting. Your mother sighs. Well, now that you're home, what's your plan? What do you want to do? I guess if I heard you correctly, I have other daughters, as you said, sisters last game, so I should probably contact them because I'm sure Fina. She nods. Oh yeah, I let them know. Yes, I should let them know I'm safe too. What are your plans, Aerith? And she turns to head towards the kitchen to presumably head for her teapot. What do you do, Aerith?
um, I mean, I will hopefully see if I can find any information with the Earthdale and the Feywild, just to
Yeah.
see, I
Wait,
don't know, something that could help.
give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Your sister kind of like taps her foot and crosses her arms and shakes her head. Chase goes into the kitchen after your mother. Let me help you with that. Here. Starts taking down the. Oh, what happened?
Who left?
Who did we lose? Gina left. Why did Gina leave? You feel the bangles of truth vibrating almost angrily on your arms, the metal clattering of the various rings that make up the bangles themselves, kind of static in your soul. A lingering gaze from beyond.
Welcome back.
No, what just happened? My computer just went like black and then
It could have been your graphics driver updating because Discord does use your graphics driver
right
for
and
its like video
everything
stuff, and it could have restarted Discord.
every everything on Roll20 broke. Hold on.
Okay.
That was weird.
Yeah, you're not in Roll20 anymore according to the game.
Yeah. It was just like I couldn't do anything with it and it was just like a green screen where the map should be. Hold on. Please open this. That was weird. Okay, sorry. Back. I'm good.
Are you sure?
No, but good enough, I guess.
Hey, you're just giving him some time. Think about how he reacts to all the outside pressure.
I don't feel any pressure. You're crazy.
Mm. Your divine workbook on your waist begins to kind of. It's not like it's trembling, but you feel a weight, a pressure in it.
I'll open the book.
Not let your fear shape you. Follow path. Discover the truth. Ogma. Written out in beautiful calligraphy, glowing with a kind of orangish purple light in your book.
He closes it and just gets up and walks out to meet up with the rest of the group.
All right. So as the rest of you head out and down the front kind of stairway that heads down towards the road, you're just kind of putting some distance between you before you teleport out. What are the four of you doing?
I think if possible, I want to go back to the guild, get some potions. Just go ahead and just get prepped, and I want to take a little bit of time to maybe read some more once we're there.
I'm assuming Ken is saying this out loud to the party, like as you guys are walking away
Right.
and kind of like, yeah,
Oh.
like
Sorry.
Aerith is still inside in indecision at the moment.
Yeah, Mia's just walking alongside Ken, just like wringing her hands, and she keeps turning back around towards Aerith's house to like watch.
Well, you okay?
I know I don't really. I feel like I don't really get any say on this sort of stuff. Like, he was your friend, but are we just leaving?
I mean, you're right, but I can't force him to continue on this path. If he believes that his place is better served here, then I won't force him. Granted, I would love for him to stay. Gods above, I will want him to stay, but
Right. I think,
at the end of the
isn't
day,
he
it's his
just?
choice.
But if he's just scared and just, shouldn't we at least talk more? It seemed very.
You're going on an epic journey and you're going to like it.
I just
Some
feel
of
like.
you may die.
But I'm willing to.
But we
what
have
was
the
it?
spell slot to revive you.
Right, you do.
As long as you say yes.
Yes. Force him to say yes.
Yeah. I just
True.
feel like I feel like you gave up. Or he gave up.
As you say that and look at Ken's face, the weight of it kind of like, because I can hear it kind of sinking in. You hear footsteps on wooden stairs, and you all turn up, and you can see Aerith not hurrying, but strolling down towards you.
Go talk to him.
I'll start slowly walking up. Hey, what's up? Did we? Did I forget something? Did you forget something?
No. After some short thought processing and knowing that the rest of my siblings are coming by.
I need their names, by the way.
I'd rather go die.
And some, what's the word? Encouragement from these, and he, motions at the Bengals, as well as my patron.
Divine intervention.
Yeah, I think it would be better if I joined you.
Ken scoops him up and hugs him.
Perfect.
Okay.
You do get scooped up too, because he's like a full solid foot taller than you are.
Oh, trust me, I know the feeling.
Earth, how many brothers and sisters do you have?
15.
I'm guessing
On
you have
record.
3 sisters.
On record, how many do you have right now?
You
My
have to tell
assumption
us.
when you said sisters last game was that you have Fina and 2 others.
I was thinking like 6 siblings.
Oh, wow. Big family. Okay. I'm good with that. You just got to give me names, man. Names and
We will
ages.
use every single one of them against you. Don't
Wait,
worry.
you have ages
Definitely.
too?
I mean, your elves, they're an outlier. I gotta know who's the oldest. I assume Eris probably the youngest, unless you have younger ones that just aren't home for some reason.
No, Aerith would definitely be the youngest one.
Yep. It doesn't have to be now, obviously. But I did want you to know that I heard you. Like, I do listen.
I completely forgot I said it.
You said sisters, and I was like, writing that down for later.
Your mom had 5 girls and one guy.
No.
But as you watch Ken run up and talk shortly with Aerith and scoop him up into a big hug, Mia, and Oni and Nick, you guys both look up. 2 of them walk down the stairs and kind of down at this like front patio right here above the other noble houses of Lintier. The warm late spring day, still building that like low-level humidity in the forest, but not quite to summer yet. What's the plan?
Well, since Best Buddy is back, plan hasn't really changed. We're gonna go to the guild, try to get some discounts on some potions, and get prepped to head to the Earthdale. If everyone's in agreement.
Yeah, I don't think can't think of anything else we would need to do.
What
No
about
other
that
sidetrack missions.
What about that one other city all the way across the world? We didn't check out Icewind yet.
Yeah, totally.
Let's
Let's
not
go there.
worry about that area for now.
Just don't go there. It's not a good place.
I'm sure they're fine.
I'm sure that place is great, but we have more pressing matters. So, let's go and get more supplies, and then we can get to the Earthdale, and I hold out the rock that I took from where we had left.
I feel like we
Okay.
tried to get to the Earthdale like 3 times, and each
It's-
time
it's
we've
like
gotten
6.
sidetracked.
It's weird, man.
Something
It's like the
else
last
just
year
pops
of
up.
my life has been the yo-yo to the Earthdale.
By the end of the year,
Kids-
we're gonna finally arrive at the Earthdale.
Kid's just like, do the MSQ. Oh my god.
We
Please.
haven't found Hildebrand yet. We got to do
I
the
know.
Hildebrand quest line.
Oh no.
He's an Icewind.
Knowing Hildebrand, he probably is an Icewind.
Okay, that makes sense. I dig that.
Me too.
That
Yeah.
also that makes sense as to why Fina's kind of more like
Closer.
he was younger. Yeah. I like that. Okay, cool, perfect. All right. So how are you getting to the guild hall? Because I know how you're getting to the cave. How are you getting to the guild hall?
Should we just
I
take the
guess-
teleporter at the academy?
Yeah. Kay, do you happen to remember how much time I had reading the book? I remember.
You didn't write it down.
No, I'm scrolling through the chat log.
I think you were at like 26.
Yeah, it's like 26 hours or something like
In
that.
You did 12,
in your
12, and 2.
character sheet, under the things that you have like total and numbers that you could track. Write your hours down in there, bro.
Yeah, that's what
Just
I
add
did.
just add a little bubble in there. That way you can keep track.
Yeah, the little attribute trackers.
Yeah. Okay.
I see 12 more, and then 2 more.
So.
Yep.
So I think you're
12.
26.
Okay. 26. Done.
What potions do I
Okay.
have? Sorry.
No, you're good.
None.
Returning to the Trinity Academy, having visited here several times in your adventure and having just been here yesterday, you have a quick word with the attendants at the front. Have to convince them that it is worth utilizing their magical power for the day, and it takes a little bit of cajoling, but your party is,
Please.
yeah, good enough at it that the risk of failure, if you all rolling natural ones, is not worth stymieing you getting back to the guild hall. So as you spend about an hour that morning after breakfast speaking with the various managers and headmasters of the academy, you eventually do get authorized use of the teleporter or teleportation circle and are returned to Iriabor.
Oh,
It
can I
is.
quickly send a message, because I didn't really leave a note, to my mother, just explaining that I was gonna go with my friends, and then yeah.
Never mind. Bye.
Because it definitely had nothing to do with the fact that I'm avoiding my other siblings. So. But yeah, that's what I'm sending mother.
You send out your message, somewhat short, a little bit glib, but you know, the I'm just heading out of a young adult telling their parent that they're going out for the evening, and in response, because she can reply to the sending, you hear her voice in your mind. They noticed as soon as you left. They just never chased after you. You all return to Iriabor through a teleportation circle in the library, because I don't think they have the guild hall there, and I'm just trying to move the narrative along. Returning to the guild hall in the late morning, you enter in through the front entrance. The 5 of you kind of striding in, the Wanderers of Starlight. You see Chad sitting at the table, and he looks up and goes, "Well, welcome back. What can I help you with?"
We're gonna need some potions, buddy. We're getting prepped to head out again.
Oh, okay. You guys just did this like 3 days ago, so we don't have a lot. He kind of pushes it back from the table and knocks on Hendir's door. Master Hendir, what is it? The Wanderers have need
More
of
potions.
any healing potions we might have, and you hear just like, oh, all right, I'll be right out.
I feel like you should
Moment
just
pass.
make a giant casket of just
Dude,
like,
they have been brewing them constantly. Comes out. Right. So you need more. I understand. I don't have a lot. We've had God, what is the alchemist's name?
it's working overtime.
Yeah, we've had him working round the clock as much as he can with, you know, the little sleep that the gnome needs. But we don't have a lot. I've got 4 commons, 2 greater, and 1 superior.
Is it finally time to buy that insanely expensive one from
Supreme.
Anon?
Wait, is it called
This is the guild hall too. So the guild halls that they're just gonna give you, like he's just offering those to you.
Oh, okay.
Try to give us a few days before you know, come on back. That's the last of it I got, and that takes a lot of the resources for other parties. Now you guys are definitely leading the charge here, so take them absolutely. But Give us a
Right.
week. Give us a month.
Yeah.
You know, try
Sorry.
to. No, you're good. You're good. You're. Don't feel sorry, son. Trust me. And he looks up at you through the big, thick, bushy beard, and you can see the tired, kind of bloodshot eyes. We're all fighting our fights. We're all fighting this fight. But you guys, you have it the hardest. Whatever we can do, that's what we're here for. That's why I'm not on the front line anymore.
Well, thank you. We'll try to put these good use and give you the time to rest and properly build up the stores, as it were.
That'd be nice. Right now, we seem to have a lot more resources in the, monster parts and monetary department than we do in actual, supplies. But working on that. Working on figuring out how to bolster our stocks. But, yeah. Okay, he looks over to Chad. Anything else you need me for, son? Chad looks at him and goes, no, sir. Great, I'm going to get back to work then. You will be safe out there. Gives you,
Will do,
points
sir.
at each of you. Walks back into his office.
We'll try.
Okay, is there anything else that we can do?
Probably blanking. I think I'm good. I'm just gonna take a little bit of time to read, unless you guys need anything.
Do we need any magic items?
Comes to mind. I'm already capped.
I believe Ken is literally the only person that could benefit from magic items.
And I can maybe switch one of my magic items out. But I'd only be more concerned because of Severin being able to go through my non-detection thing. But I was just thinking, if I got a magic item, would he just be able to go through that as well?
Well, I mean, if he can go through that, maybe you don't need it anymore.
That's true. If he can get through it regardless, it
So you
might
can
be
do
worth swapping it out.
No, I was thinking about getting double layers. Like one layer you can get through. Two, Kenny?
I mean, would it stack like that?
I have no idea.
What
But
would
I
you
mean,
be
I still
tagging
need my
out if you
staff.
wanted to do that? Like, what do you got that you might tag
I
out
was
to
just
add something?
the only thing I could switch out was my bracers of defense, which just give me +2 to my AC.
I'm gonna be real. I did not even know Nicholas been walking around with little braces and defenses.
Yeah, I got bracers of defenses underneath my robe.
Yep.
Definitely helps you so much.
Yep.
And
To be fair,
again,
that +2 has probably saved me more than enough times.
yeah. And I keep forgetting I have a cloak of displacement. I keep
Aw.
forgetting.
It's so hard to remember. I wish there was a toggle.
I know. We need to just set up one of the little icons to help everybody remember.
Yeah.
Just in your
fat-
name, right? Real quick in your name, just in parentheses, cloak of displacement. That way, anytime you roll, you see Ken parentheses cloak of displacement, so you remember.
Right.
Not bad, yeah.
Ken, in parentheses, COD.
COD. Cash on delivery. You all see as Mia kind of goes around to the back of Chad's desk and leans over towards his ear, and he kind of looks a little bit confused at her. She's definitely looking at Aerith. And then Chad kind of looks at Aerith and kind of raises an eyebrow to her, and then he looks over and goes, everyone here at the Guild Hall is very proud of you and everything you've done, Aerith, and honestly, everyone here, you guys all have fought so hard, and I know I'm new, but it's already known to me how important and strong, and he looks over to Mia, and how proud of you we all are.
She just beams and just double thumbs up.
He kind of just smiles, but he definitely looks very nervous.
Aerith just gives a dead stare at Chad, and then slowly looks over to Mia.
She also beams at you and has double thumbs up.
He looks at you, Aerith, and with a dirty 20 on his insight check. Did I say something wrong? Oh no, I'm gonna. And he just picks up his papers and kind of puts them in front of his face, and he's going like beet red.
Well, Nick, if you're wanting a magic item, I do have a couple of infusions that I wouldn't mind passing over to you. I think I have one that might be of use.
Which one? Ooh. But I need my robes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Can't overlap the
You don't
robes.
need that.
I really need these robes.
Yeah, his comfy robes are very comfy.
They're extremely comfy. They're also my biggest boost to my AC.
But is it like
Just don't get
15
hit.
plus your dexterity?
Yeah.
Does your spell of non-detection require attunement?
Yeah.
I don't think my staff does. I gotta find my character sheet. Well, my character list. I got 2 pages that I gotta go
'Cause
through.
if it does, and you want to swap it out, I also have this.
1 second. I gotta switch between different tabs. Spell refueling ring. Ooh,
I
That's
love
nice.
this map of Erebor. I need to actually pull you
We're
guys
not
over
on
to
it.
Yeah, we're not.
Yay! There we go.
I mean, that could be good for my
It's just so old.
switch out
It's so
my
classic.
bracers. Okay, no, my staff actually does quite a bit. So it gives me +1 to my spellcasting, +1 to my AC, has my non-detection,
Oh, wait a
and
minute.
can also absorb 1 elemental attack a day, reducing it to 0. So it's kind of important.
Yeah, that
Just a
seems
little
like a
bit.
necessity.
Ah, damn it! I don't have. Darn it! I don't have enhanced arcane.
That's
Don't
true.
have,
It would actually be better.
Yeah,
Nah, it's fine.
yeah, because. Man, I don't have it on my list. You're so. Ah.
What does enhanced
would've been-
arcade do?
It would have
Uh,
bumped it to a
eh,
+2.
Yeah, enhanced arcane focus. Yeah, +2
Ooh.
to your magic attack and
Oh, that.
all that
Okay.
good stuff. Hold up, I can.
Nah, I mean, it's not that big a deal, because either way, I'd be sacrificing defense, and I don't want to be more squishy if I can
Can't you
help
place
it.
an enchantment on?
The best defense is a good offense. Just imagine
Right?
I mean, that is
how
true.
less risky it would be to just murdered a bunch of things before they got to you, you know?
I mean, the best thing he could drop
And
is
you don't-
definitely the bracers.
Yeah.
You don't need
Offering
AC
out
if you don't. If you never get hit, just never get hit.
Yeah, just don't
Yeah,
get hit.
look,
I do do my best
You
at
just
that.
don't
I
get
do a fairly good job at that.
you do
You
a
do,
pretty good job
honestly.
about it. Yeah. And honestly, like, what's the difference between, what is it, like 18 and
16
16?
and 18.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sitting at a 16. I'm fine.
I mean, fair enough.
Man, I'll have to add it to back to my list whenever we level up again. 'Cause I don't think I can swap them out until I level up.
Nah, you're good. It's not that huge of a deal. It's just something I can switch out.
Well, like I said, those are options right there that I can give you. And I can also let me charge up the where is it?
Oh, the mending stuff?
Yeah.
Or not the mending,
Yeah,
the
the
bookmarks.
rooms charges.
Alright. How many of those does it recharge to? 20?
10.
10.
It's double my int.
Intelligence modifier.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. Change my book charges instead of the bookmark charges. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I'd have to see a giant catalog of all the magic items.
Right.
I want that one.
Yeah, they're
D&D
uncommon and
Wikidons.
lower.
Yeah.
If they're uncommon and lower, I can whip them up real quick.
Yeah. All right. So, what is the plan for today then? As
Are we
you all
gonna
have.
leave today, or are we gonna leave tomorrow?
If I can knock out this book, that'd be great.
So just
How
spend
much-
the day doing our last sessions, training
How
sessions.
much longer do you need to do it?
Was it?
22 hours.
Oof.
You could
So-
do it. You would take a
yeah.
level of exhaustion, but you could do it and leave tomorrow morning.
Well, isn't the rule that he would have to make a Constitution save to see?
Oh, that's
Or am I thinking of something else? Because I remember there was something where you can make a Constitution saving throw and not get exhaustion, and I can't remember if it was like us surviving cold temperatures or just staying up all night.
yeah. I know it was the surviving in the cold temperatures for sure.
Okay.
But let's see.
That darn exhaustion. Don't want to do that.
I don't have greater restoration. I can't help you with that.
Yep.
I mean, on the bright side, we still got multiple days, so you can knock some reading out, and then do a little bit more once we get there, because you
Yeah.
got like 6 days to get 48 hours. That's plenty of time.
Right. Okay. Well, let's. About what time is it?
About 10:30, 11, like late morning-ish.
Okay, 11:30.
All right, it is a con save. It's apparently in Xanathar's.
Yeah, but I don't want to risk, because yeah, I got great con, but there's always the chance.
It's honestly, it's a really low DC for the first day. The first day it's a DC 10. The second day is a DC 15, which both are passable by an artificer pretty regularly.
Which kind of makes sense for an artificer because you're spending all your time tinkering.
Yep. So it's up to you. But as rules written, you would get a DC 10 con save at the end of the 24 hours or risk a level of exhaustion.
That's up to you.
Let me do 4 hours of reading time for today.
Okay.
Because I don't want to overextend myself, as well as there's training to do. And
There's
then spend time with friends, and then Mia.
And then Mia.
I said friends and Mia. I said and specifically and keyword.
If Mia had more knowledge of the world, Aerith would have just given Mia a smug smile and be like, hey, you're at the bottom of the list.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah, 4 hours of reading time, or
Yep.
training, then 4 hours of reading time, and then spending time with the homies as much as possible.
All right, so let's go ahead. I presume everyone will want to do training, especially since you're here at the guild hall and your familiar training grounds.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and start there.
Ooh, I'm back home, so I can try to.
Yeah, which one are you doing today?
I gotta go back to my Ascalon page, see how many homies I've
no,
synchronized with.
I need to look at that too.
I want
Pull another boy.
I got
I don't
4.
think I ever gave you warrior. God dang it.
No, Tempest.
Oh, yeah, I
Same-
thought I
Not Tempest.
did.
he's
I
he's
did.
on
Okay,
here.
okay. Gotcha. I got you the information as to what it does. Because I knew I had it in my head. I just don't know if I actually wrote it down.
Yeah, it's on there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Tempest Mighty Strikes. Any attack roll that you make for a number of rounds equal to half your proficiency bonus is automatically considered a critical hit.
Mm-hmm. Righty.
Get the metallic dragon though.
Too many options.
So many good options.
Okay, let's try to synchronize with the homies.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your wisdom check on that one.
I think that's wisdom. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me wisdom. As you kind of return to the guild hall, you set the back of the barracks in the back of the guild hall, and you set your reading book down. Flash of genius. Okay.
Yep. I mean,
All
we're,
right.
we're chilling today, so.
Let me see. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my notes. I got a puppy, and there's just so
No,
much.
not the puppy.
I just the fact that it's been almost a year. Are Rose and Eidos also banking experience towards stuff? Are they
Yeah.
getting up to no good out there?
Yeah, I really need to talk to you about Eidos because yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't realize a year since we left our homies
Yeah,
brought in the interns. Holy
it's
fuck!
been a month in
Right.
game time, but a year of actual playtime because my notes uh on Mia and everybody joining the party were like July 2023. So it's
Whew.
crazy. Where did I put all the notes? I haven't looked at the
So much
Vanguard in a
time.
minute.
Right.
That one. All right. Let me look at yours because I know you've got it on there. Thought you had the information on your boys in your character sheet.
Mm,
The ones you had connected with.
oh, no, on Ascalon's character sheet.
Right, it's on Ascalon's. Got it. I'm like, I could have swore it was in here. Oh boy. Plan for so much. Okay. Paladin White Mage. All right, so that would leave as you close your eyes and begin to enter into that meditative stance again, or state again. You follow the breathing techniques that had been taught to you by Oni as you first started to try to master this innate power within yourself, and as you find yourself once again surrounded by that tumultuous hurricane of platinum energy and power, yourself at the very core, like the eye of the hurricane. You look out upon it with your senses, and you can see, familiar in the distance, the points of light in a not a straight line across what you would think of as a horizon, but like a almost zigzagging line. And as you look out of them, you can see 4 of those lights are shining brilliantly, and you know those to be Saya, Solace, Veridin, and Tempest. The other 3, dull but receptive, as you reach out with your primal mind, the part of you that is Ascalon. Who are you trying to connect to?
We got Tempest last time, so we need a magic caster, and I think Black Mage is gonna fit the bill.
Okay. That is right. Lay. Okay. As you reach out towards the kind of like lowest point in this zigzagging line, the 2 farthest right points of light, the stars in the constellation, kind of sitting almost vertically of each other, and just to the left of them, the single point that would be Lay. And as you reach out your mind, you hear her voice respond to you in that kind of deep and creaking lizard folk voice. Lord Ascalon, what is it that you desire?
Just wanted to check in on everyone. Well, check in on you, make sure everyone's okay, and a status update on the on the mission I gave you guys a while back. Prepping to training and prepping for the battles ahead.
We are well. Our training continues. We hone our skills in anticipation of your return.
Very good, very good. Keep up the good work. My friends and I are prepping to go into the Earthdale, so hopefully we'll be getting some good news. I'll reach back out as soon as I can.
Is that your command? Feel the connection kind of waver away. Her presence still available should you ever need to reach out, but as you kind of shake your own mind away and you retreat away from that meditative place within your own consciousness, you open your eyes, you realize the light is very bright, and it's been about an hour that you've been in this meditative trance. But you have now connected to Lei, and I need to... That one. What was... Oh, didn't want the V there.
Is Ken gonna get ley lines? Black mage ley lines?
The ability is going to be called Mana Font, but
Ooh.
I need to determine how it's going to work, the specifics of it. So I'll get you that. Essentially, it will enable you to cast without requiring the spell slots.
Woohoo!
Or like Mighty Strikes, it's limited amount of time, but you can basically it's this infusion of magical power you draw from Lei herself as opposed to your own arcane pools.
Neat.
All right. How about the rest of you for your trainings? Why don't we go ahead and take care of those guys? Because I actually have stuff.
Alrighty.
I hadn't thought about the Vanguard because we're in the freaking Feywild. Oh.
Hey, a boy got him a nat 20.
Hell yeah. Well, it's 1d6 for Oni. Because you always make progress.
Little
At
by little.
20.
Little by little.
Little by little. Yep.
Oh, mine was supposed to be at advantage too. I forgot to click it.
Hey.
Hell yeah, dude.
This is for cartomancy.
Okay. That is 7d6 for Nicholas. And Aerith also rolled a natural 20 for cartomancy. So that is 2. 66 for Cardo. Actually, no, 76 because of the crit. For that one. And
He beat me by 2 points.
he did. Alright.
It's so far away.
As it reaches about noon and you guys wrap up your morning's training, you head into the guild hall for a light lunch before going into your afternoon's plans. As you all kind of gather at the table to discuss what's going on this afternoon, what's the plan?
I'm gonna use the archivist key.
Okay. So Aerith is going into the archive. What else has everybody got?
Does anybody want to join me?
Yeah, actually, because
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about looking up some info, as well as, might as well. That'll be a nice quiet spot to read.
Y'all go
Look
hang out.
around.
Yes.
Look around in the space library.
Right?
Okay.
Turns
I
out it's a
will
giant
whip it
trap.
out, and
Don't whip
pretty
it out in the guild hall. Not in the cafeteria, man.
No, I was gonna do it in our dorm.
Yeah.
At least in the privacy of your own room.
Yes.
Come on, man.
All right. So let me pull up the archivist's key again. Okay, following changes. Okay. All right. So as you take the key into your hand, Aerith, what are you going to be researching? What are you looking for? Like, what wing of the library are you heading for?
I am heading for uh methods to increase I don't want to say common spells or to like increase their mastery work to them.
Okay. Okay. All right. So as you extend the key out into space, turn it in the air, there's a click that you can feel. And as you let go of the key, it kind of just floats there. And over the next minute, this door spirals out from the key and fills a space about 8 feet tall and about 5 feet wide in the middle of your small barracks room. You grab the handle and push the door in, and it opens into a beautifully decorated and ornately carved library. There are wooden banisters that lead down the stairs directly in front of you, down into it's almost like a pit before you, with desks with magical lanterns that float above it to cast light down onto the tables. And along all, or the far left and right sides of the walls, are these bookshelves that stretch up and up about 40 or 50 feet, with these massive ladders that you can roll down the sides. It is a immaculate and pristine library environment. And you can see these little like wisps, almost like distortion in the air, kind of flicking through and picking up books and moving them from one place to another. And as the five of you head in, Aerith, you're looking for information on increasing a spell's potency. Roll me an investigation check with advantage.
Because of my
Mhm.
background, I knew it was gonna come in handy.
As the rest of you follow Aerith in, you all see the same beautifully carved library. The hardwood, like a deep brown mahogany. As Aerith runs in and starts looking through the books, feeling almost like a tug in the right direction. All right, is anybody else doing research?
I'm curious as to who's gonna research what.
That's a good question. What should I research? You know what? I have the flower. Might as well research that.
Roll me an investigation check.
Investigation.
Okay. Find yourself drawn to an opposite bookshelf from where Aerith went. And as you get closer, the books themselves kind of retract into the wall and flip around, and new books pop out. Uh, you, it seems a bit confusing, but as you start to like thumb through it, this seems to be more along what you would be looking for. Books on arcane botany, cultivation, things along those lines at a first glance. Anybody else looking around?
Mia's just gonna look around for something fun, I guess.
Roll me an investigation.
Search for fun.
Search for fun. See if you
There's
find
an entire pop up book section just for Mia.
Four.
Yeah. You head in and start looking around, but as you get closer to the books, it's not that they retract in or swap around like you'd seen they reacted to Nicholas. It's almost like the very life from them retreats into them. You kind of take the books off, but as you do, they just sort of like sit limply in your hand. You flip through, but it's just words on pages. There's no pictures, there's no interesting information, and there's no magical reaction from these books like you had just seen from Nicholas.
Aw,
I made the
Anybody
book
else?
sad.
Yeah, I am gonna throw a wrench into things, and while they focus on the main quest, I'm gonna go for a side quest and search on Mistress stuff to try to help make some headway on Mia herself.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check. And anything for Ken?
That one, baby, let's get it!
Hell
Might
yeah.
might be a little early, but I want to maybe research like the basics on like city administration,
Hey.
like Kingscraft stuff, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Roll me an investigation check.
investigation. I'm okay with that. I'm decent at that.
Oh,
no.
I mean, it's still an 11.
It's still an
It is
11.
still an 11. You know,
You see as Oni kind of heads in and starts judging up the bookshelves on the wall, and as you head over and start taking some of the books off the wall and looking through them, it does contain information about the gods, but it's nothing new to Oni. In fact, some of the writing in here you've studied before already in your research of the deities and Mystra herself. You spend an equivalent amount of time with them, but unfortunately, no new information is gleaned. It's all just the stuff that's known. The most interesting parts about it have to do with her rebirth from Mistral into Mystra and the implications of what it means for God to change like that. But yeah, beyond that, it's just the same information. For Ken, as you head in the did I say dog instead of God?
No, no.
Okay, I was like, I might make that mistake. That is something that I might do. You head in to look for books on city management, and there are books on noble etiquette, things that may have like information on negotiating with other cities. It's basically what you find is the Faerun version of the art of war, but for city management. It's very thick, it's very detailed, and a lot of it seems very selfish. As you read through it, the information here is very much about how to profit off of the management and owning of a city, how to build the noble classes, how to uh, utilize peasantry. And as you dig through, you find that this tome is just, it might have information that could be useful, but at the same time, the intention behind the writer is so antithetical to what you're aiming for that it doesn't
Yeah.
really help.
Yeah. Ew.
As Aerith and Nick have had the most success. Aerith, you find many, many books on the studying of leveled spells and their increased potency. A lot of study into things like Fireball, Lightning Bolt, where these primal elemental explosive magics tend to have more uh, strength out of the gate at lower levels than other relevant spells. Things that of third level might not hit as hard as Fireball or Lightning Bolt because of their innate kind of primal element. You find information about upcasting spells to enable more targets, but a lot of it is uh, using the same kind of engram for the spell work, but just pushing more power into it, and then the spell itself being designed to allow for that power to kind of fuel through it. What kind of specific information on that were you looking for Aerith?
Trying to see if, like, I could not per se change the aspect of a spell, but, kind of like alter it to where it still kind of does what it's meant to do, but there is like an additional effect to it.
Okay. With the 29, as you look through this, you realize that a lot of these books are just kind of like, they're high end, and all of the books in here are immaculate. They're all in pristine, pure condition. The ink is dry, but it's almost so fresh that you can smell it. Even though the knowledge in here has to be centuries old, as you read through, and you read through a lot of like the basics of the higher level magics and the more intricate spell casting. There is some information you find on spell crafting, which is more what you're looking for, the construction of a spell from its most baseline nature. And with a 29, one book you find was written by a mage named, let me find, give me a second.
Nicholas Flamel. I'm just
Nicholas Flamel. No, honestly, you do with the 29. You probably do find something that was written as or written by Nick, because he has been around for a while.
Oh, look, my college thesis paper.
Oh no. Yep. Okay, that's good to know. It is about it's basically a journal entry about the crafting of a powerful spell that would enable him to affect and grasp objects far greater than a mage hand could. And it was written by a mage that you know his name from your studies. And Nick had met him probably about 1,000 years ago. He went by the name Bigby the Great. And you have a journal documenting his creation of Bigby's hand. Points of note. The journals can't actually leave, like the books can't leave the library. It's a
that was gonna be my
magnificent
next
mansion.
question. I was like, can I
But
check out these books?
it doesn't leave, but now that you have found it, finding it again is easy. I'll say that.
Okay.
All you have to do is know the name of the book you're looking for, and this is, the Journal of Bigby's Hand, essentially. You can say you're looking for that, and the library will provide that for you. If you're digging through piles of information, that's the investigation check.
I'll essentially just like pull out my special notebook and just start. I'll write out its name and who it's by, and like start writing out it like important notes about the modification he made to Mage Hand, which then became Bigby's hand.
All right. He tried to modify Mage Hand, and it didn't work. He ended up having to build it from scratch, but all of that's kind of in there, and as you read through it, you realize that, like, basing on other things is hard, but building something new, that might be easier. Nick, as you begin to dig through
the idea that there's just like pages of notes of him, like, too small, must be bigger.
Yep.
Bigger.
Bigger! I can't write it. It's not big enough. My name is Big B, not Small B. As you head over to this horticultural section that has kind of presented itself, the books flipping away being more arcane or spell-like in nature, and revealing books more about, the arcane flora of the world. You find several books that talk about the outer planes and the unique things that can grow there. One specifically that does talk about the plants of the Feywild, and the theory of how the Feywild, being this eternal source of life, can breed new and interesting plant life. With the 22, you don't find any specific mention of the Celestial Lotus, which is odd because most of this book has a lot of other interesting things that you hadn't seen while in the Feywild. But nothing particular about it.
Would I be able to like get an idea of how I could emulate the growing conditions for the Celestial Lotus on the material plane, or is it only in?
Roll me a nature check.
I shall do just that.
As you kind of flip through these books, taking in the various other studies of things like mandrake root and other magical herbs and things that are arcanely useful, uh, you can remember that the celestial lotuses grew in a very, very specific part of the Feywild, sent there because that was the only place that they could grow. You've never seen a tree that the willow blossom with the globules of light dripping off of its branches anywhere else. The water itself kind of reflecting that golden and flowing light back into the world around this beautiful little pool amidst the chaos of the Vale waters. Those conditions would be impossible to replicate here in the material. It's too unique to the Fae.
But would it be possible to replicate it in the Feywild?
17 leads you to believe further experimentation is necessary.
Gotcha.
It's not a no, but it's one of those
No,
you
that's
don't
fine.
have enough info. Yeah. Yep.
Sure.
All right. So as you guys spend a few hours in here looking into your hobbies, your interests, it's about 3:30, 4 in the afternoon now. Anything you guys want to shift, or do you want to continue to just study what you're studying?
I gotta read my wisdom book.
So I figure wisdom book for Ken, and then after that, what you got for the night?
Guess trying to relax as much as possible and just, I guess, reflect on everything we've been through so far and try to, I guess, stay positive about moving forward. Earthdale is quite literally no man's land, so anything can happen. So I'm just trying to stay positive.
Okay. So you spend your 4 hours reading. Mia, what do you got? You just hang with Ken?
She's actually sitting next to Aerith
Okay.
and just like staring at him until he is done and or pays her attention.
How long do you enable it, Aerith?
When Aerith is done with Bigby's Bigby's journal, he's
Mhm.
gonna try and see if he can find a book on the shield spell, just to get any more information, when it was made, how it was made, things like that.
Okay. Roll me another investigation. Mia, as you see, he kind of like closes one book, having taken a bunch of notes in his very special workbook. He picks the one he closed up and heads back over to the wall, and then like looks at the books and starts to head over, and you find almost immediately a book that would have the spell written out in it, as well as like the details of how it functions, down to like how the barrier is created, how it manifests itself, and can deflect both physical and arcane powers. But you don't find anything about where it came from. It doesn't have any origin or author. It's almost like the spell was just there.
He'll take note of the spell, of just like what he found.
Okay. As he comes back with this other tome and sits down and flips it open and starts reading through and scribbling down notes, Mia, do you just sit there and stare at him?
Yep.
Okay.
Just waiting patiently.
Okay. All right. Nick, as you wrap up your research into your Celestial Lotus, what you got for the evening?
I have a feeling Severin might call again. I might be very annoyed. Is there any spells I can cast that would actually help prevent that?
Private Sanctum.
Oh yeah, that might work. Or Demiplane.
Private Sanctum lasts longer.
Aren't we technically in a demiplane? Sort of?
Technically, right now.
Right now we are, yeah. Private sanctum. Just to annoy him, he tries to mess with us some more. It's like, nope, I'm on a different plane. What was private sanctum? Mordecai's private sanctum?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like fourth level. Yeah, that should be easy enough. Probably do that then. Or think about other ways I can screw over Severin.
And if he
Okay.
pierces through that, then we have an issue.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, we'll find out.
All right.
Not the big bad evil guy. He'd never be able to pierce through.
Nah.
Do you got anything for the evening, Oni?
Nah.
All right.
The whole no results yielded in the library, that was all I really had for the day.
So, Aerith, how long do you go before finally giving in to Mia's stare?
Once I'm done with what I currently have on the shield research, I'll close the book, let it fly back to the shelf, and just look at her.
You've been waiting for probably about 90 minutes now, Mia. You've been just sitting there, quietly, patiently. Just so you know, it's been a minute.
Yep.
Can I help you?
Are you done?
For now.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, are you okay?
I'm... It's kind of a loaded question. At least given our current situation.
I mean, it's okay to be scared.
It's not that I'm scared for myself. It's more that I'm scared for my family.
I do understand that, but I think you need to be scared more of what we're doing than them and what might happen to everybody else. Don't you think?
I guess. But
I just know that.
I know what we're
Sorry.
doing is good. We're preventing the destruction of everything. But it's just hard when, you know, your family is on the line even more.
Right. But I feel like that's going to happen no matter what. But the thing is, like, you just can't always be waiting for something bad to happen to them or always expecting something bad to happen.
I don't know.
Well, if nothing ever does, then what was that all for?
Peace of mind?
That doesn't give you peace of mind. That just makes you afraid. Always. It's kind of the opposite of peace of mind.
Not always. Knowing that you're always close to your family. Even when they frustrate you to no end.
It's different between worrying about them, I guess, and worrying so much you never get anything else done, though. Like I said, I understand that you wanted to stay with them. But if you were there and then nothing else ever bad happened, then why were you there?
I guess just to make sure that they were safe.
Aerith and me are having a deep conversation about whether it's better to have it and not need it, or need it and not have it.
Yep, exactly. Yep, that's precisely it.
I know that we need you too. What would you feel also bad if you weren't here and something bad happened to us?
Yeah. And regardless, it's gonna be the same. If I'm here and then something bad happens to my family, either way.
I know, but that's the thing, is you can't be in both places. So maybe you just have to trust them.
I know I trust you guys.
Well, yeah, but we get into a lot more dangerous things on purpose.
Yeah.
We kind of go looking for getting in trouble, whereas you're kind of just hanging out.
Don't tempt me.
I mean,
I'm not going to teach you that spell.
Forbidden magics. Hey, I know someone who could teach you that spell.
No, don't do it.
No, no.
No.
Well, at least we'll just have to look forward to see what's gonna happen. Now, let's go. I'm pretty sure you're hungry after sitting there for God knows how long.
I was just about to say that your stomach's probably grumbling, Mia.
Yeah. She'll just, as Aerith gets up and starts to walk away, she'll just reach up and grab his sleeve as he moves past and just look up at him and just, we need you too. Ken needs you. Isn't he family too?
He is. Is someone getting a phone call?
Yeah, I was.
You guys look over to the other side of the library where Ken is wrapping up his 4 hours of reading his wisdom book for the evening, and kind of like glances over at the same moment, and the two of you make eye contact with him from across the library.
We just stare at him.
I know what was going on in my mind, yeah.
Just
Uh,
sheepishly wave back.
Mia's just smile and wave and then look back at Aerith one more time and just, I guess, try to trust them to be okay and trust us. Okay?
Yep.
Alright. Let's go.
Let's not forget Ken.
He's right there.
All right. So the three of you wrapping up your research for the evening. Nick, you were working on your spells that evening, right? You were getting ready or getting
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So did you spend the evening as well in the library?
Yeah, I spent most of it doing that. And then when I was getting ready to go to bed, I'm gonna do the
Sanctum.
Mordecai's. Yep.
Okay. You guys gather up Nick as well, who was kind of hidden a little bit behind a pile of books, and the four of you head into the guild hall to find Oni and get some dinner. Your evening of just kind of light, pointless discussion of what you discovered throughout the day and what you'd read about. Nothing of consequence, unless there's anything you guys wanted to talk about over dinner. Before you head to get your rest for the evening.
I got nothing.
Okay. All right. You guys finish up, head back to your barracks. Nick casts out the private sanctum spell and kind of boom down around the perimeter of the room and encapsulates it. You each return to your dedicated bunks, the closest thing to a home bed that many of you have, and turn in for a very peaceful night's sleep here within the guild hall. For most
Except for Nick.
of you.
Yeah, in my gut, I feel like Severin's gonna find a way.
As you drift off into sleep, Nicholas, you find yourself kind of in this dark, liminal, empty space. You kind of look down at your hands, but you don't even really see yourself. You just have that concept of looking at your hands, and as you look up, you see a light in the distance, and the light kind of spirals through the air towards you like a serpent made of flame, and as it gets closer, it kind of twists around and swirls around your vision and around your body surrounding you, and as it kind of finishes in front, it turns and the serpent's head coalesces into a face. Have you thought about what I offered last night?
Damn.
I'm going to be honest, I completely forgot.
Give
What was your offer again?
me the sales pitch
Who
again.
are you?
I'm an old man. I'm very forgetful.
Who are you?
Then we continue our game. I offer you knowledge,
I like bingo.
wise gnome. I like bingo too.
Oh my god,
that
he's
is
old
not
as
why
you.
I'm here.
Jesus, Nick.
Do not want to understand everything that's been kept from you.
Not really.
What kind of scholar would so
Oh,
cavalierly...
you misunderstand. I learn at my own pace, and there are some things that I frankly don't care about learning.
Well, then this is a fool's errand on my end. If you wish to live in arrogance and ignorance, so be it.
Your subconscious echo. Ha, you're a fool.
Your
I mean, he hasn't
age.
even said what he's going to teach me. He's like, I will teach you things. It's like, do you know how vague that is? Turns
To
out
be
he's
fair,
just
you
going to
didn't
teach me
ask.
how to make the best steak.
Maybe. You don't know.
This is the secret to the universe: how to cook the perfect steak.
Beef stroganoff.
That's a very easy thing to do. You put it in the pan for 3 to 4 minutes, flip it. No, I offer you the secrets of magic. That which you have dedicated your life to studying, I can uncover the truth that has been hidden from you, kept from you intentionally. I can give you understanding of what the world is, what we are, and what they, the gods, are.
mean, I
I-
already know, so I really don't care for your opinion on it. You'd be telling me
You
something I already know.
are as ignorant as a schoolboy who thinks he knows that the world is flat. You only understand what you see, and if you wish for that to be the extent of what you know, then
What?
I
It's not flat?
cannot
I was
offer
debating
you
saying that.
anything. The flames kind of twirl around. Should you change your mind, gnome, Nicholas, find me, reach out to me. I will answer. I will teach you. I will not string you along as she did. I will make you a partner in this. Feel your knowledge is the secret to my understanding, and my knowledge the secret to yours. Sleep on this. I'm sure we'll talk soon. The
You're gonna
flames
cast another fireball.
twist around before, as they swirl around you, they kind of just dissipate into a harmless scattering of sparks and smoke. And as you awaken, there is no wisdom
Why
save needed.
did you bring the dog? Sorry, I'll be back.
Well, as Nick lays asleep for just a little bit longer, Aaron,
Suddenly, so there's dog.
as you drift off into your trance, you find it coalescing into a room, a wooden room with a desk in front of you. You sit in a high-backed chair with like wooden armrests, and you kind of look down at your hands. You're wearing perfectly pristine, almost opalescent robes. You are sparkling with starlight that you've seen when you looked at your own soul in the between. And as you look up, the desk before you, massive, grows larger and larger and larger as a single form coalesces inside it. Tall and thin, with a long beard and kind of a like grouped hat that hangs down beside a face that is masked in frustration, in consternation, in that desire to shape. And as Agma looks down at you, his shape shrinks. He stays larger than you, but not so many leagues taller. This more approachable figure. You have chosen then the path of truth. Good. You take many notes on these interests of yours, and yet you ask not for my aid. Why is this?
Well, I kind of figured you might be busy with other things.
I chose you among the scholars of the world to be my agent, my champion. Why would I not have time?
The rise of Tiamat, the
The
potential.
purpose to which I have set you, the purpose for which you were returned. You don't think that I would want to assist you with that?
Well, yeah, but, it's just a lot of things have happened, and, my
Kind of
friends are here.
picks up papers, and you can recognize them as pages from your workbook. They're individual, like sheafs. And he kind of thumbs through them and pushes them off to the side. You must redouble your efforts to preserving truth. You have made decisions and chosen which truth should be preserved. This is not what I set you to do. I want to help you. I want to guide you and aid you, but I cannot do that if you do not reach out. When you come into contact with materials such as this that you took notes on, and he holds up a page, and you kind of like glance across at it, and you recognize the handwriting as you see the notes on the dragon children. You destroyed the core knowledge of this. You allowed it to be burned. That is not your purpose.
It was an abomination of research.
It was knowledge! And he slams it down on the desk, and as he does, his whole form pulses with power, and you feel yourself blown back. It is not your position to judge whether that knowledge is good or evil. It was knowledge, and it needed to be protected. These are the things you should consult me on. I can help, but I am not your lapdog. I will not reach out to you. You are the agent of the world. You must act as such. Preserve knowledge, preserve truth, even if it makes your skin crawl. That was the pact we made. Leans back. Now, my hours are always, and my door is open. Whenever you need me, all you need to do is reach out. What do you need?
For now, I guess a method to help the Earthdale.
Dale of Earth has been corrupted by a presence. The very Titan fallen. The only way to save that Dale is to destroy what has been replaced, so that the true nature can reassimilate itself. It will not be easy. The Dale is dangerous. But your friends and yourself are strong. We would not have asked you to do this and granted you such potential had we not felt you capable. I cannot provide you with the method to save the Earthdale. Only your strength can save the Earthdale, but I can assure you that your strength will be enough, as long as that helps.
I'll quickly conjure my notebook and just write it down, hoping that it'll stay in the notebook.
You attempt to conjure it, and he kind of like taps the notebook on his desk, and then he tosses it over to you. You quickly scribble in your notes, and as he looks down at you writing it down, he nods. Good. Remember what we have discussed. Remember that I am here. I am your mentor and your teacher, and you should rely upon me. Do not allow this agreement, this pact, this relationship to go to waste, and do not allow knowledge to be destroyed. Protect. That is your job. As you look up, the desk is now empty. It begins to kind of fade away, and as you look back down at your notebook, it fades away. Your hands fade, the robes fade, and you wake from your trance in the guild hall, having completed your long rest. And as you see, Oni also kind of shakes his head as he finishes his long rest, and the two of you are now conscious, having finished your long rest. Anything you want to do for the 4 hours while everyone wakes up or finishes sleeping?
I just have a frustrated look on my face.
Rough night.
Yeah.
This is another one of the group's dream visitors.
No, this one was higher up.
I mean, in a good way or in a bad way?
It's in the middle.
Both?
That's a good way to look at it. Good and bad are pretty subjective in the grand scheme of things.
Was it a good way or a bad way? Yes.
Right.
Sometimes it'd be that way.
I pissed off Knowledge Daddy.
He kind of pauses like, I see.
Aerith would not have said that out loud. At least not in that way.
Oh no.
I don't know, that sounds like very much what Aerith would say to me.
It does.
No.
It does. It
No.
does. It kind of tracks.
No.
It tracks.
Kind of does.
No.
Own
Well,
yourself. He's not judging you for being you. He's judging you for judging knowledge, man.
Audio just kind of nod like, well, if you need to talk, I'm here. Otherwise, we have a few hours before everyone else wakes. So.
It's like, yeah, I guess I'll talk about what exactly happened, and I'll just reiterate that he was, upset that I wasn't going to him for help in terms of knowledge, and even more upset that I let research about the dragon children get destroyed.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
O'Neill kind of nod though because being the neutral party here, seeking the balance, he kind of also understands where Ogden's coming from, and not in a judgmental way, but in that like supportive friend way. Is just sometimes choices are hard, and you might not like them in the short term, but I definitely understand where he's coming from. If that knowledge existed, then like to us it might seem bad, but there's something to be gained from everything, good or evil. Like I said before, subjective. So don't beat yourself up over it, but also understand that decisions made in haste often have repercussions that we can't foresee. And the God of knowledge might not be happy when you burn knowledge because it makes your skin crawl. You know?
Well, it was at the request of Ken because he didn't like it. So I kind of figured, why keep it if it just frustrated other people?
Oh, no, I fully understand. Seeing what you have been through, things that you've interacted with, it makes sense to have decided to burn it, to get rid of it. But some things that seem bad are necessary. And even though you wouldn't want that sort of information falling into the wrong hands, who's to say that someone with better intentions couldn't facilitate a more humane process and counter it, undo the damage that they did, return the kids who were mistreated and experimented on to who they were before, or more fully turn them into who they could be.
I don't know. It was just a rough time. I mean, we lost Aureus, and then we had Robert. Oni was with us. Rose was
Oni's
with
right
us.
there.
Or, Eodos, sorry. Confusing the two.
Oh, it's just kind of not like, Like I said, this isn't judgment. I'm not saying you made the right or wrong choice. Again, it all depends on how you look at the framing you use to view the world. So, I fully support every decision you guys have made. You're walking a path to try to save the world as a whole, so good or bad, there will be mistakes that happen. There will be, unfortunately, lives lost that cannot be avoided, but the damage can be mitigated, and from what I've seen, you all do your best to mitigate that loss. I don't I don't think choosing to burn them was out of character or a mistake. I can just see the other side also.
Who knows? Maybe more research about it will come up. Because I highly doubt Thune would have kept everything in one place.
And like I said, who knows if it does? Instead of wiping it out, you could unite the people, have everyone working towards a common goal, and potentially figure out a way to stop what's happened, undo the negatives on these kids with the Erebor orphanage, right, and help them, or further along the process in a humane way so that they're not stuck in a state of limbo, that in between one race and the other. Who knows?
Yeah.
As you guys kind of wrap that up, you look over and see as Mia kind of rolls over and arm flails out and smacks Ken. Ken wakes up. It's the end of your long rest. You're as awake as you could get. You hear Nick kind of rustle in his bed, wakes up to the sounds of it all. And the only one that kind of sleeps in is Mia.
After punching Ken in the face with a arm flail.
Flail plat.
Hell
Just
yeah.
splat. Because I know Mia well enough to know that that's what she would do.
She'll just go, hurry, go.
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess I'm up.
You look over at her and she's just so peaceful and so forgivable.
Ken pinches her nose and holds it shut.
No. Give her a quick peck on the cheek, and then guess I'll get up and stretch.
You awaken to a light touch on your cheek, Mia, and kind of stretch to see Ken swinging his legs out of bed and stretching up. You yawn and look around, and Oni and Aerith are kind of sitting at the ends of their beds, only about a few feet apart, just looking like they were having a conversation. Nick is also rising.
I would have summoned my familiar feathers.
Summoned feathers. Let's see. Where was the last place you used feathers? Was on. Okay. It takes time. He still hasn't been able to return to the Feywild when dissipated, and the last place he was used was on the mountainside coming down through the cultists. So as you kind of reach out, there's that same strange feeling of that bounce against where he should be, but you can find all of the pieces of him, and you kind of have to use a little bit more effort to put him back together. He manifests and kind of shakes his head around and pecks at his feathers and spreads his wings out, and then looks at you, and you can kind of feel that that familiarity of your familiar in your mind. He's okay. He's not hurt, but for him it's almost like dying. It's like being turned off. He doesn't really have any memories between when he gets dissipated and now, as opposed to normal, which is he goes to the Feywild.
It's fine.
Sure.
Feathers.
The story's stuck in half. Yeah.
Good, but yeah. Todd hops out from under Nick's hat. The 7 of you, I guess, is what it really is. Head out for breakfast. You grab a early meal at the cafeteria, and then you just let me know what you guys want to do.
We should probably. How are we splitting up these potions? Probably should have did that last night, but I forgot.
Can I take a greater?
Okay.
I'll take one common.
Okay.
I'm actually still fine with everything.
commons, 1 greater, 1 superior left.
I'll take a greater. I wouldn't
Yeah, go
mind
ahead.
having.
Yeah, go ahead. Alright, so 3 common, 1 superior. Anybody else?
If nobody wants the other commons, I'll take those.
I don't think I have any common. I wouldn't mind taking 1 common just in case somebody goes down, and I
Actually,
can
never
get to
mind.
them and give them 1.
Actually,
I've got
let
plenty.
me let me get those because I realize I have no healing potions.
Yeah, you might want to keep some of
Yeah,
those.
just keep them.
Okay, so what was that? What, 2 commons and then the superior?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, sorry. Let's talk to my aunt. What I miss?
I was trying to figure out how to divvy up these potions, and then I realized I didn't have potions, so
Right. And if you need a common earth, I've got 6 of them. Do you want a couple?
Yeah, well, I just 1 basically, and because I don't have any healing, but if somebody goes down, I
Right.
can feed them a common. So
Yeah, why don't you take 2? Because I really don't need them. I don't use them all that often. So I got 2 and 4. That's plenty.
that way, the greater I can use on myself. But if somebody goes
Right.
down, I can potentially help with some commons.
Emergency backup.
so okay. We can eat breakfast, do some trading, and then I guess we get this party started.
Some training. By the way, my cartomancer number went up to 69.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, there we
Hey.
go.
Ooh.
Let's see if we actually do anything where I need those numbers or not.
I mean, we can go looking for a fight just so you can use the nat 20 on something.
Right?
Or we can get into
Hey.
an argument with like the nobles somewhere.
Just saying, if you give me that nat
For
20
fun.
while I'm swinging Snicker Snack, that's an automatic decapitation.
That is
Cut somebody's head off.
true. Alright, let's go fight a dragon. Also, sorry about earlier. My sister literally just came down and dropped a dog on my lap.
Just for fun?
Yep.
What's the dog's
Okay.
name?
I don't remember. She just got the dog recently. I don't even know why she's here. She just showed up and then dropped the dog in my lap.
Surprise dog.
Whoa, puppy be upon you.
Pretty much.
What the dog doing?
That's a well-trained puppy, but I was not expecting it.
Awesome. As opposed to our puppy who keeps trying to eat everything, including us.
He's just living his best life.
He's just
Right.
having fun.
Putting everything in his mouth. Trying to eat everything. Learning bite strength, so now it actually hurts. Yeah. I don't know if Cade stepped away or is just muted, but
I didn't even realize I was muted.
Oh
Ha,
my god.
there we go.
Oh my goodness. I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
how long that's
That's
been.
kind of what I figured. It's been a little while since you said anything, so.
Right. Okay. So as you guys wrap up breakfast and your discussions for the day, divvy out your potions. You guys wanted to do your training. Let's go ahead and roll training. I was wondering why no one was rolling training.
Yeah.
Because we were waiting for you.
I'm
Waiting
gonna
for
train
the
up.
silence.
I'm gonna train up gift.
I'm continuing with cartomancy.
Cardo. Okay. Anything for Mia today?
She spends, while everybody is training, she just sits at the window and kind of just stares out the window.
Okay. Nick, you have 3d6. Aerith has... You did Cardo?
Yeah.
3d6. Oni has 1d6. And Ken has 2d6. Mia, you stare out the window and you can't help but feel your gaze drawn to the east and to the north, where you know the Dale is, as you guys have traveled to and from there many times. You stare out at some destination that has been spoken of since your arrival here with the party. This culmination of their adventure to get from the guild hall to the Dale of Earth. You can hear the sounds of your friends training kind of quietly, or the flipping of pages behind you. An hour passes and they wrap up the time that had been dedicated, finding the personal growth towards their goals a little closer. And the five of you, with your two familiars, gather together. Where are we going?
All right, lady and gentlemen, shall we?
And everyone in between. Yes.
Who's teleporting? I just got to know for the spell slot.
Right. Do you want me to do it or you do, Nick?
I'm just throwing out the rock that I picked up.
I can do it.
Do we have any concerns about going back to that cave where we left messages for the guy who's not very nice? It should be fine, right?
Unless they left a scouting party there, in which case,
I wouldn't be surprised. Rather, if they didn't leave anything behind for us to return, that'd be very disappointing on their end.
Yeah. Well,
I guess just be ready.
I mean, we
Yeah, I mean,
can
that's-
divination the cave, or scrying the cave.
Sorry, is our plan to go back to the cave we left, like, shit
Well,
talking Severin?
Yeah, that's where we picked up the stone that Aerith has as a teleporting focus, so that's where we would end up if we were to use that.
Why don't we not do that? That seems like a really awful.
Okay, so then where would we be teleporting to then?
Maybe the end of the cave that we got out of, right on the cusp of the Earthdale the first time, and not where the whole cult was waiting and Severin could potentially be there to murder us as soon as we show up in a cave.
Right.
Do we have any item from that place?
I don't think
I
so.
don't
Something.
I don't think
so,
so,
but I
but you
could.
guys have seen it, so we can go there. We might just have
Yeah.
to risk a little bit of danger, but I would much rather that than go to, again, the cave that we shit-talked Severin in.
Yeah, that was my biggest concern. I could do. I've had a lot of luck with teleporting. I could do my best.
That's fine. Oh yeah, speaking of Severin, he did somehow manage to contact me again.
Again.
He was trying to play good cop, bad cop, but this time he's trying to be the good cop.
Hey, don't look behind the
Do you
curtain.
do you think that was his? Do you think he was the good or the bad cop when he and Takashi worked together?
Probably the bad cop.
Oh.
Aw.
Yeah, he tried to be like, oh, I can do all these things for you, and I'm like, nah. So he kind of left.
You weren't even a little bit curious what he was talking about?
Oh, I'm completely curious, but it's not worth it. I'll figure it out on my own. But, I'm not gonna
What if,
give
what
him
if you
whatever
pretend to like okay and agree with him and then learn what he's trying to tell you and then be like, haha, sucker, bye.
Nah, I don't think that's a good idea. Because he wants information out of me in return, and it's nah.
What kind of information?
He wants to know who taught me magic.
Is
I
it somebody fun?
Well, I'm assuming he knows the answer, but I don't know why he wants to know, and I don't know if he had other questions, but I'm just not going to tell him, because that's the solution.
Was it someone cool?
Sure.
Okay.
Listen, I've had so many teachers. He had to be more specific. He wasn't being very specific. He's like, "Who first taught you magic?" And I'm like, "Oh yes, that was Frederick." And he's like, "No, that's not right. No,
That's not who I mean.
like, well, that's the answer, and you don't like the answer." And then he cast a fireball.
And then he cast fireball.
That seems rude.
Yeah, he was trying to be nicer this time, but I see through his silly attempt.
Maybe he just felt bad for fireballing you.
Yeah, maybe Severin's turning over a new leaf.
I did tell him to be more nice in my message. Maybe he took it to heart.
Somehow I doubt that, because after that message, he first fireballed me, and then now he's trying to be nice.
Well, maybe he felt bad about it.
Maybe, but I don't trust it. I'm sure if I ignore him long enough, he'll come knocking again. He doesn't seem the type to be patient. Anyway, to the Dayland.
So what is our plan? Do we want to use the rock, play it, like be really careful coming out of the cave, or do we want to try just going?
So we came out of the cave from the Underdark, and then there was a big trek to where we got to the cave where
the cultists were. Whoa.
from the edge of the Dirthdale.
Yeah, you guys followed a ravine kind of pass, because you went down the cliffside, and up higher on the cliffside it was much more of like treacherous descents and having to rely on the flying. And then you found the watchtower, and when you moved past that, the rest of that trek was through a lot more of like familiar mountainous terrain. It was a lot more walking and less flying, but you were having to deal with the sandstorms and then the sandstorm that Nick created. So all of those areas, if you're just going for a blind teleport where you're not using a focus item, you could aim for any of those places.
Right. Well, I'm thinking like right before the wall of curtain wall of sand that we saw, like it was their space there between their whole like cultist camp and that.
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
The camp
Okay.
was pretty much secured right up against the edge of the dale. There was maybe like 50 feet between the closest
Okay.
outpost building.
Can I?
I mean, we could scry the encampment, see if it's clear, and if it's clear, we could just teleport there, and it's just a lot closer.
Yeah. Or I could try to teleport into like the tower where I found a Falna.
Yeah, I mean, that works. Whatever anyone wants is fine, honestly.
I mean, do you want to? If you can scry and like, can you scry inside that tower since you saw inside it before?
I think so. Just use my scrying ball.
The scribble.
Right? Does it have to be like a specific person or can it be an area?
I think it could be a location. Let me double check. Scrying. Oh, a particular creature that you choose.
Okay. Kind of what I thought. Scry on Severin. I'm sure that'll work.
No,
Don't you would
hold
like-
on. Instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you have seen before
Okay.
as the target.
Oh, okay.
It's
Cool.
literally the last sentence in the spell. I don't know why they put it at the end,
At the
but they
end,
did.
right?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
like when you said that, I was like, no, I know you could do it on. I know that we always have this kind of uncertainty, but
Right, that's because it's at the very end and it starts with you see and hear a particular creature.
right.
See, that's why you always read the entire thing. I never do
beginning
It's
to
so
that.
end.
long.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so if you could scry on that tower, and I'll try to drop us in that tower because that was pretty close to where we need to go.
All right, crystal ball, tell me what be in that tower.
Okay. As you take out the crystal ball and you put your focus onto the tower that you found Fauna in, the crystal ball begins to activate, like the swirling of smoke within it fills up the opaque center, and as it peels away, it fails.
Uh,
Let's see.
I love it when you both of them at the same time. That makes me happy.
Can you
like
try
it.
again? Can you scry on the cave then?
Hey, let's do the cave this time.
Okay. You kind of shake your head and you wave your hand over the ball again, this time refocusing on the cave. The smoke twists and twirls and fills the middle of the crystal ball, and then the center peels away into the familiar interior of the cave. You do not see the body of Mechalenethon nor the body of Garrick Darkanet. You can see the 5 stones that you all had placed in the middle of the room, sitting where you left them, but nothing else.
Okay, the room looks clear.
Definitely not trapped, I'm sure.
Wait, because the towers are movable, aren't they?
That's true. They're
Yes,
like
they are.
collapsible. Maybe he took it away.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So did they move it? from
The
that?
Wonders of Starlight have their tower privileges.
Can I look on the outside of the cave?
Sure, give me just 1 second.
Gotta yell at a puppy.
What's he doing? What's he getting into?
It sounds, I think, from what little I can hear, it sounds like he's outside and doesn't want to come inside because he likes to play outside.
It's like a little kid.
Right?
It's
And like, I have no
don't
problem with
wanna
that.
go inside.
Exactly. I have no problem with that except for he gets everything in his mouth. Back to the
Okay.
eats everything.
Right, he was chewing on a palm frond out there,
Yeah.
just chonking on it.
Yeah,
Okay, so
keep
you
on
wanted
that
to
one.
scry on the outside of the cave, like on the entrance to the cave, or what
Yeah.
angle are you looking at?
Looking out onto like where all the towers were.
Okay, so as you end that scrying, how many times can the ball be used?
The ball is unlimited, which is nice.
Really?
But if it's when I go against like an actual person, it has a really low
Yeah.
spell DC, so it's really easy to counter if it's a person. But
Okay.
places are nice.
Yeah. As you recast the scrying spell, instead focusing on the view that you had when kind of looking down at that encampment, you all had been harried into that cavern, and any time that you tried to like poke your heads out, they were firing up at you and climbing up the walls while you fired down. And now, as the smoke clears from the crystal ball and you look out over that ravine, you don't see the towers. You don't see the cistern. You don't see any troops. You see some burned patches in the grass where fires had once been, and flattened areas of stone where the towers had been. But no sign of anything else.
Okay. I mean, it
You're
looks
right, they
like they've
picked up
moved.
camp and left. Okay. I mean, yeah, I still have minor concerns about in the cave where he could have, left something fun for us. But if they're gone, at least they're not still waiting there to murder us.
They kill us on our arrival.
Right?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So I guess I could try to teleport and aim for the right outside the cave. If that sounds good.
I mean, yeah, we could try that.
Why not? Let's go. I'm
Okay, so
really good at this.
are you going to use are you doing a roll, or are you using the stone as a focus?
Well, I don't want to go inside the cave. Would the stone let us go outside of the cave, or is that just
From
where
your
you picked it up?
experience, it doesn't. You don't really have any control. It's where
Okay.
it comes from. Yeah, so it would
Then
lead
I'm
you
gonna
to where
roll
it
for
came
it.
from. Okay, roll me a D100 as you all kind of gather together, having agreed that this was worth the risk. All right, let me look at the. It's actually going to be easier for me to just pull it up.
Yeah, I realized that as soon as I put it in, because it looks like awful.
That spell definitely has some
Oh
trouble
no,
with
don't
the
do it
whole
again. No.
formatting.
Scene
Oh, no.
So long. I just wanted to read it. It's so long.
Okay. Roll me another D100.
Oh, no.
It's fine. What's the worst
Yeah.
that could happen?
What's
Also,
going on?
your wild magic.
You all take 10 points of force damage.
And then I rolled fine.
And then you rolled really, really well.
See,
And
it was fine. Ow. Yep. Fine.
Don't you have to
Okay.
roll it twice?
no, it was only casting the spell once. You all take so what happens is as Mia casts out the spell, you feel as that familiar kind of sucking feeling of teleport pulls you into that nothing space, and then your consciousness not really aware of what's going on, but you feel that familiar of expansion, of reasserting yourself back into the material world, but something is in the way. And I think Aerith and Ken have felt this before. Nicholas definitely, having experimented with teleportation, as you are trying to materialize within a mountain, and as you kind of attempt to force your way into this space, the spell fails. The rocks push in on you. You each take 10 points of force damage, and then you feel yourself pulled into
It's
that
fine.
nothing space again, and then you emerge
Got
on
it.
the edge of a cliff face, kind of standing out over the. Where is your banner thing? Here it is. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Staring out over the empty encampment below. As you land, you kind of look over and look back through. You can see signs that the bodies had been moved. There's scrapes in the ground. The stones that you all had set up with your magic mouths on them look pretty much undisturbed, but they're essentially in the same spot. But if you wanted to investigate them, you could. It's just they're there. The encampment below, likewise, like I said, in the scrying, is empty. As you feel the air, you can hear the kind of rushing of sand from the Earthdale itself, just to your left, no more than 100 feet, and below you, not a cultist.
Well, they're gone. That's good, right?
Everybody, roll me a perception check.
Concern.
It's fine.
I'm doing great, guys.
You kind of glance out over. It looks like they picked up and went in a hurry. And then there is a pile of stone in the very center of the encampment, about 2 feet tall, that has a what would it be? Wouldn't be like Oni. You can actually see it with a 33 perception. You can see the firearm that Carrick Darkonet wielded against you all, laying on top of the small pile of stones. It's only about 2 feet tall, in the center of where the encampment used to be.
Wow, did they actually bury him? It's very noble for cultists.
That's definitely odd, right?
little bit. Can I use detect magic to look back, like in this cave and then out into the cultist camp?
Sure. I think it only goes, what, 60 feet? 30 feet.
Oh,
So,
30 feet? Okay.
yeah.
Well, still.
You activate it and kind of glance back into the cave, and at the edge of the periphery, at the edge of like the detect magic, you can see the magic mouth spells are still active on the stones.
Yeah, we can turn those off. Well,
Fine.
I love putting you guys between a rock and a hard place, and you're like, I don't know what to do. So much fun.
I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spend 2 key points. Go quick into healing. I get back 7.
It's almost all of them.
Just an off chance that some bad shit pops off.
What's 10 hit points?
Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. Level 1 cure wounds on myself.
Also 7.
It might not be necessary, but we might be in a 7 HP we just got back to the difference between consciousness and unconsciousness, you know?
Flash forward like an hour, just, oh my god, I only have 7 hit points left.
yeah, I should probably use one of those as well. How much is your cure wounds thing again?
2d8 plus 5.
Yep.
Because it's second level, right?
No, it's first level cure
First
wounds.
level, 1d8 plus 5. I thought it was second level.
I'm just gonna use a healing light on myself.
Okay, so as you kind of like
As
rub
everybody
the
heals up around.
bruising from the failed manifestation, you cast some light healing on yourselves and recover the soreness.
Did Feathers and Todd die?
No, I'm not gonna kill them.
No. They don't
have,
deserve that. They never asked for this.
Right. They didn't ask for this.
Alright,
Okay.
so what
Hmm.
do we
You wanna
need
check
to
out?
investigate the rock pile?
I mean, I want to know, but do we need to? Probably not.
No.
Do we want to investigate from safe distance? Because I could definitely just get in my echo and go check it out real quick.
Yeah, or if we get within at least 30 feet of it and I can at least look with my detect magic for up to 10 minutes. We'll get close, but not too close.
We'll make sure we're within skedaddle range.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are heading down into the encampment?
Yeah.
Okay. As you descend, Nicholas getting a ride on Eris Broom, and Mia, Ken, and Oni utilizing their own flight to keep the descent more under control. You hit the stonework below you and begin to head towards the like strange pile of rocks that was right there in the center of the encampment. You get to you said within like 30 feet?
Yeah, no closer than that. It's dark.
Like,
It's dark.
why would it be dark?
I don't know. It's black.
Reset fog. That was not what I wanted to have.
Graham, did he bite our vision?
Dang it.
I should have known.
Graham Cracker, no.
Crack, no. Why would you do this? There we go.
I can see.
I don't know why. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, never mind. I figured it out.
What did you do? What did you do?
So I don't like deleting old maps because there's a lot of memories and stuff that gets associated with like how the tokens are laid out, what you guys draw in there and stuff. So whenever I need to reuse a map and things change a lot like this, I duplicate it and then build a new one.
And this one had fog of war.
Yeah, this one still had the fog of war active on it, and that's all good. So the strange small cairn is right there. You guys are standing at about 30 feet away. The twisting kind of it's not moving side to side, which is what Oni is used to. It like it the rotation of the sand is normally in that same clockwise motion, and there's always a little bit of like lateral movement to it. It's not like a full hurricane where it only spins sideways, but right now it's more of like a mushroom cloud, how it kind of billows onto itself and then roils up in like a dome-like shape. The sand is kind of picking up from the ground and going up into the air and maintaining the shape of a dome as it rises thousands of feet into the air off to the eastern direction. What's the plan?
Is there anything magical about his little rock pile?
There is a very familiar spell on there. As you had just seen it, there does seem to be a magic mouth spell placed on one of the stones at the top. And also roll me an Arcana check.
He has a message for us. Arcana?
We get near it and it's just like uncontrollable sobbing.
There is another spell at work there, but it's intricate. You don't recognize it from a distance, but there is more magic at play there than just the magic mouth.
Would you like to trip it with your shadow?
Sure, if we're ready, in case it tries to do something crazy to us.
I just want to know what he said back. And also, I guess, whatever awful thing he put on there to explode.
All right, then I'm gonna shift my consciousness into the echo so it can be more than 30 feet away from me. That way I don't have to get closer in case there's an explosion.
That's fair.
We'll go see what he has to say.
All right. As the echo approaches, you kind of watch from within. As you get close enough, nothing activates. Get right next to it, and you can kind of see the stacked and piled stones. Definitely not big enough to bury an entire body. But on the top one that it has the telltale mark of a arcane glyph engraved in it. But nothing's happening as your shadow gets close.
All right, then reach out and touch it. Does anything happen?
Yeah, you kind of reach out, rest your hand on the stone through the echo. You could move it, but it's still not doing anything.
Yeah, and then he'll pick it up and kind of toss it to see if that activates it.
Okay, which direction are you tossing it in?
Right here, like
Towards
literally
the
right beside the pile.
All right, you pick it up, and as you do, you kind of like toss it off to the side, and the glyph that had been engraved into the stone kind of shimmers as it goes more than about 2 feet, and then snaps back to the pile and goes down to the next stone on the pile. But as you had removed the top one, as you look back, you can see something blue, like about an inch of something blue.
Can I reach in and pull whatever it is out? Can I drag whatever it is out?
You kind of reach in, you shuffle the stones around, and as you clatter them around and a couple of them fall, the glyph snaps and continues to stay almost at that same fixed point in space, finding the closest physical object to attach itself to. And as you get down and pull the last of the stones away, you see the head of Garrick Darkonet.
Guess they did not like this guy losing to us. But nothing else happening. No.
Not in response to the echo, at least.
It means that because you're not like a creature or whatever, is that why it won't go off?
Potentially. Which is maybe good for us then, so we don't have to set it off. We just fuck off now that we know it's just his head. But unless one of you guys wants to go trip it as a creature, maybe to see what he has to say, if it's got something. But...
No.
I really. Oh, I want to know. What
Mia, the embodiment of chaos. I want to touch it.
I have to know. We can't just leave.
I have a question for the
Okay.
DM. If I prepare like a Misty Step spell, would I be able to activate it as a type of reaction or no?
So you can cast a spell and hold it, and then you use your reaction to cast the spell when criteria is met. So technically, yes, but it has to happen within 6 seconds of you casting the spell, because it only lasts 1 round.
You got 6 seconds, Aaron, to go.
I will. Okay, here's my plan. I'm planning on preparing Misty Step, and then
Okay.
getting close to it to activate whatever's on the grave. And then if anything's about to explode, that's when I would activate Misty Step and teleport back.
Okay. Okay. Everybody else is going to stay back while Aerith does this?
Yep.
For now.
Alright.
The Echo's going to stay over there in case there's some sort of attack roll he can dive in front of for Aerith in the event that something goes sideways for him. But otherwise, yeah.
So as soon as I get close, I essentially run up, cast Misty Step, but I'm holding it, grab the stone on top to see if anything activates.
Okay. You cast your spell and hold it. You reach out and grab the stone, and as you do, you begin to hear a voice. Aerith. Grow strong, wanderers of starlight. I will be seeing you soon. And then I need you to make me 2 dexterity saving throws, okay? The first one, this is a layered dexterity saving throw against the delayed blast fireball that he also set up in here. So I need you to, it's a, let's say DC, what would be a good DC for being able to, in that moment, recognize what's going on?
I don't have
Let's say
proficiency.
15.
Oh god.
DC 15 dex save, and that's much better than his spell saves, so.
I have to roll an
And this is
11 or higher.
Full
You can
get
do it.
out of here.
Shit. I'm not 30 feet away.
I'm
I can help you a little
Alright,
bit on my side.
If you fail, I got you. I got
Yeah.
19.
So,
You'll be
what's the
fine.
worst that could happen? It's just a fireball.
There you go.
As
Didn't
you
miss.
hear his voice almost sinister in its taunt of you, you look and you can see that lightly glowing orange bead, and as it begins to manifest, and you activate your Misty Step. You jump out as quickly as you can, and the rest of you see as the entire cairn, about 2 feet wide, just detonates in a massive 40-foot wide blast that throws stone and pebble and dust past you all. You kind of raise your hands, and as you look back, the echo's gone.
Were we far enough away at 40 feet?
It's
Yeah, I
a
don't
20-foot radius.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So it was a
I
40
thought it
foot
was
diameter
40 foot
blast.
out. I was like, oh shit.
No,
Oh, no.
you guys were just outside of it, and so that was you were like 10 feet outside the edge of the blast radius, but like stones go flying past you all as the
Yeah.
entirety of the center area is detonated.
That's kind of expected. It's fine.
It could have been worse. Only
Yeah.
says you manifest the echo once again.
You
That's
guys would have
honestly
been
pretty tame.
insulted if he didn't try something. So
I'm fine. I'm
Well,
fine. I'm fine.
Good.
I'm fine.
I didn't think that you wouldn't be in the slightest.
I thought she was about to, I didn't ask.
No.
I'm like, damn, bro.
I just couldn't think of the word I was trying to say. I never doubted you, is what I was trying to say. Okay.
Okay. So he prepared a delayed fireball or fire blast.
Did we hear what he said, or did only Aerith hear?
it was pretty quiet. Oni heard it because he's got the hearing of an eagle. Where the hell?
And I was in the echo.
And you were in the echo. So Oni and Aerith, I'd say the rest of you, it sounded like his voice activated. You saw Eris' eyes go wide, and then he disappeared as it detonated. But you
So
couldn't
what
make
did
out
he
the specifics, yeah.
What did he say? Was it something good?
I completely forgot what did it say.
First thing that the magic belt did was it recognized it was you that approached it. It said, "Ah, Eris, very good. Grow strong, wanderers of starlight. I will be seeing you soon."
So he wants us to grow strong, and then he tried to blow you up.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Sure.
Sure.
Sure. Let's just go. Let's just go.
To the
Okay.
Dalelands!
Okay,
Finally.
you're all going through?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
As you step closer to the kind of roiling, billowing cloud of dust and smoke, Oni, you know that the transition through the barrier of a dale can be difficult, treacherous. This is as bad as the worst sandstorm you've ever had to travel through. So, whatever preparations you guys might want to make along those lines might be advisable. It can be anywhere from 100 to 1,000 feet deep, depending on the intensity of the the barrier at that moment, and there's no way to tell how far it'll be once you get in there. Yep. But while Oni tells you all that, I'm
Yeah,
gonna use the
give me
bathroom.
a second to think, and get a second. Is there anything we can do to protect from sandstorm?
Just cover your face.
Right.
I got my old parka tarp
Sure.
that I can give them me.
Don't think any spells will help us.
Right. Unless we had like. I wish I had the little hamster ball spell.
Oh, the
I can't remember what it's.
resilience
I can't
word?
remember it. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. But that one's fun.
It's called
Odalux.
Odalux Resilient Sphere.
Yeah. I wish I had that. That would be fun.
How long does it last? 1 minute.
1 minute. I mean, that might be long enough.
Only
Just
artificers
roll
and
yourself through the
wizards can learn
sandstorm.
it.
Hey, I mean.
Doesn't look like we need to buy something, or yeah.
Not really.
No. And
I
says
wish
a
you could do it.
creature or object of large size or smaller within range.
Right. I wish you could do more than one person.
We'll just group up and be considered a large creature.
Sure, I'm sure that's how that works.
Ah, much better.
Well, what's our plan then?
Yeah, we don't really have one since we don't have that spell.
Alright, so
And it's,
like
like I said, it's only one person.
yeah, so I got that I got that parka tarp thing. I'm gonna give to Mia to, I guess, try to help cover her up.
Okay.
I mean, that's the best I can do right now. I can, yeah, don't have any spells to help with just getting beat down by a sandstorm. And then I guess use the rope of climbing as a lifeline so we don't get like
Separated.
separated. Yep.
Right.
Okay. Anything else you guys wanted to do before heading in?
I'll like
Get that out apparently.
Yeah. I'll take an extra piece of cloth that I have and wrap it around my face, covering my mouth and nose, and hopefully not cover my eyes, but just like try and shield them to the best that I can.
Okay. All right, and you guys use the rope has it's 60 feet, right?
Correct.
Okay. Gives you guys about 3 feet of movement space between you, so you're pretty close together, but you can kind of lasso everyone together with it. Any other final preparations?
Don't don't fall.
Right.
Who's leading? Let's do this.
Oni.
Marching order
Either-
from
Either
front
that
to
or
back.
right. Either that or Ken to make sure we continue to go in a straight line.
I say if Oni could lead, and I'll be behind him.
And I'll be in the middle.
Who's behind Mia?
Nick.
And, I guess Nick. Yeah, Nick. Would be behind me.
Hold Nick so
Alright.
he doesn't fly away.
Yeah,
Nick and then Aerith at the back.
I'll be in the back.
Okay.
And the echo will be behind Aerith.
All right.
That way there's a little bit of layered defense for our homies.
You like
If you take any damage, she's just gonna explode.
secure yourselves and pull up your cloth and your robes over your mouth to help keep the sand in. You look back, Oni, and it is you've traversed the borders a few times, but it is always an ordeal having to go through it. Turn, take a step. Roll me a survival check with advantage for Oni, as he has help from Ken. And Ken has his internal GPS to help keep things, from getting too crazy. Okay. You put one foot in, and it immediately feels like it's going to lift you up and toss you aside. When you push through, you kind of like have to lower your body and dig in with your feet and walk through. The rest of your party following along closely and feeling that same impact as they walk through it. Can everybody roll me a Constitution saving throw, please? As the sand fills your vision, it fills your clothing, it
Flash
fills
of genius.
every aspect of it. For Aerith?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least get you to a 10.
Put me in the double digits, thank you.
The impact of it, kind of feeling like this sandpaper grating against you, the parts of your bodies that are covered, protecting you slightly, but the sand itself very pervasive. Nick, Aerith, and Mia, as you follow behind in this, I'm just rolling some.
The end of the line gets buffeted.
You each. Oh, I forgot the T. Okay, you each take 11 points of bludgeoning damage from the. Well, actually, it's slashing damage from the impact of all of the sand just carving and cutting through. And as you kind of feel it like grating into your skin and getting into your mouth and your eyes, Oni, you take one step and you feel that pressure release. You step through the other side into Dale of Earth, and as the rest of you cough and hack as you follow through, you emerge into a wide and strange land. The Earth Dale
That bad, right?
stretches out before you, a cloud of sand and stone and dust encompassing you on all sides. You look out in every direction, and all you can see is stone and sand and the light grass. And then you hear a voice. Stop it! And I need everyone to make me a saving throw. Now, this is an interesting saving throw, as you have a choice. It can be either wisdom, charisma, or intelligence, as you hear a voice compelling you deep within your soul to submit. Oni, you have advantage from freedom, but you're not immune to this.
Well, And obviously, the best choice would be intelligence.
Intelligence.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
You know what? Flash of genius?
for whom?
Is this from a magical effect?
Technically no.
Oh no.
Wouldn't be anything you have advantage on, at least.
Quick,
Okay.
use the
As-
echo.
Yeah.
Sorry.
As the voice pushes into each of your minds, you feel it. You feel this impulse, this compulsion, and then Ken and Aerith and Nick, you kind of shake your heads and you look over and you see Oni and Mia just walking into the dale.
I tackle Mia.
Okay. Roll me a athletics or acrobatics.
Acrobatics.
I'll try to grab Oni.
Okay. Same thing for you, Ken. Aerith, you rush forward and you grab Mia by the wrist. She
Uh-oh.
stops and then looks back at you and then kind of like turns her head and starts trying to pull her hands free. Ken, you rush over to kind of try to grab Oni, and it's as if he swaps with his echo in that moment, just gets out of the way, your hands through space, and he continues walking on.
Shit.
No, and he's the one person we can't catch. You know what? Let's give.
He doesn't.
Oni
He's
a-
not. He's not running at his full speed. He is walking with purpose and intent directly into the middle of the dale.
Oni, where are you going, my friend?
No response.
Oni, God damn it. Power word fall.
Okay. He falls down. Then he gets
Quick,
back up. and
tackle
keeps
him.
Walking.
Tackle him, quick.
Yep.
Oh, he's on the ground.
Oh yeah, athletics
Grab
with
again.
advantage.
I'm essentially playing patty cake with.
You know the funny part though, the really unfortunate part.
Mm.
No, he can't get grappled.
My movement speed can't be lowered, so even though you
Yeah.
made me fall, he's still going at the same speed.
Right.
He's just
Crawling.
sliding across the ground.
You knock him down, and he kind of tumbles and rolls. And Ken, as you rush up to grab him, he spins and rolls into just standing right back up to full height, and he just walks on.
Damn
He
it.
Oni, your acrobatics is like plus 15, right?
Yeah, it is just
Yeah, he rolled a
inherently.
33 on that. So, Aerith, can you roll me another strength check, please?
Can it be dexterity?
Nope, because you're holding on to her now. As she pulls against your arm and she kind of like furrows her brow and then yanks her arm with all of her strength and then just turns and follows Oni.
No. Quick, use your rope of climbing.
Technically,
yeah,
I guess
we're
you all
still
still would have been
We're
tethered
still
actually. So
attached.
yeah,
Yep.
everyone's still tethered together and they're kind of pulling at the edges of these tethers and they don't seem to be bothered by it. They're just pulling against it. What are you guys doing?
I'm just like lowered my gravity, planting, like turning myself into like, oh wait, like, I'm not moving.
All right,
Same.
as you plant yourselves, the three of you holding fast against Oni and Mia as they attempt to pull
Would-
themselves free.
Would we
Can you-
try magically means to get out?
Nope.
No? Okay.
And the three of you make me another save. Same one.
No.
Intelligence, charisma,
Oh,
or
do I
wisdom.
need to have that at advantage?
Wait, which three?
Wisdom, charisma, or intelligence. Any save.
I feel
We're
like
thinking here.
it's gonna keep going until all of us. What is he saying?
Submit.
Submit.
Wait, who three
Nick?
are saving?
Nicholas? Yeah, Nick
Huh?
passed on the first one.
I roll again.
Yeah, he got a 24 on the second.
Do I have to?
Oh,
No,
yeah, you have to as well, Aerith.
I do?
Yeah.
Yes.
All three of the ones that haven't got it yet have to, yeah.
All the people good quality still.
I rolled a 27.
I don't see
So you
that.
gotta do it again. You did last time, but you gotta do it again.
Yeah, it's another one.
It's
It happened the second time.
He's just gonna keep yelling at us.
Ah, God damn it.
as you all plant your feet and kind of like secure yourself, Oni, who had been at the front, and Mia, who had been in the middle, are now joined by Aerith, who had been planting himself in the ground. And then as you, as Nick and Ken, hear this voice once again invade your mind and attempt to control and take over, you look over and see Aerith stand up and kind of just begin walking and pulling against
No.
rope. Can the two of you make me a strength check?
Bollocks.
I mean, you got Ken. He's really good with strength right now.
Yeah, there was
right
You could always give a 19. You have.
Coke too soon.
Don't worry, I'll get a nat 20.
Yeah.
Oh.
You have your heels planted. You dig your equipment in, your sword. You try to slow it down, but they are just pulling against the rope. They are determined, and the three of them together are too strong to hold back.
Just to make sure, this is not a magical effect?
It's not. I mean, it's not. Okay, so
It's not a magical.
It's not magical, but it's such old and ancient magics that that was the wrong layer. That you don't. The only one who has advantage or had advantage on these saves was Oni because of freedom.
Gotcha.
It's basically a whole tier level higher.
Anti-magic field work.
Can try, but there's no guarantee. You don't
I don't
know.
wanna
You've never
waste
encountered. You've never been in the
eighth level
Dales.
Spell slot.
Also, keep in mind, if freedom just gave advantage, this stuff is wild because that's supposed to make you immune. So this is some
Immune.
crazy magic hitting us right now.
Yep.
Be careful, guys.
Man, I want to use an
Kid,
ability,
what
but
should
I
we
don't-
do?
I'm trying to figure it out.
While you think, I need you both to make me another save.
No.
Intelligence.
No.
Almost as if it's on a timer every minute hitting you. Nick, as you look over to Ken, he's concerned, thinking, his head's kind of going back and forth. You can see the math happening in front of his eyes, and then they sort of just go slack, and he stands up.
That was a 22.
You are the only one that remains.
That was a 22.
When
Uh-huh.
you go
Uh-huh.
after Ken, Nick is just being dragged as if he weighs an
Yeah.
That's really what's happening.
That is exactly what's happening. Do you do anything, Nick?
Guys, please listen. Stop dragging me. Hello?
Stop dragging me.
God.
I would really like to not be drug anymore.
Not to be dragged across the desert.
You can keep up with them. I know your movement speed isn't as high, but they're also like movement would recommend or kind of reference like your fastest pace that you could move at. They're not moving with any haste. They're just rolling.
I'm trying to find a way to convince them to. I'm well aware they're not going to listen to me, but guys, please, please.
Roll me another save, Nick. I didn't expect it to be you on the last one of this.
Ah,
Give me another save.
no,
As you
please.
attempt to get them and beg them. You hear the voice in your head again. You steal it. You yell against it. You scream. Roll me another save.
Oh my god, I'm not going to have to keep doing this.
Apparently
have
every minute. You can do it.
Yes! Yes! I
Push along.
refuse!
You've
I
been in here for
refuse to
about
submit!
20 minutes now. You're kind of like you're
Fourth
having
12 in a row
to
you rolled.
scurry and get in front of them and try. You've jumped on their backs. You've hit them with your staff. Nothing is snapping them out of this. Give me another one.
I think your 20 is broken because that's actually like the 6th 12 in a row you've rolled.
Let's do it again!
No, it's not broken.
Oh, that was just really weird. All right.
Hey, I need to roll something. Okay.
Whoever is
As-
yelling submit is getting very annoyed at me.
It hasn't changed in tone. It's been the same, very forceful and angry tone every time.
Can
Roll
I
me a
yell
perception
bad
check.
at it?
It's not going to do you.
Can
You
you
can certainly
fuck
yell at
off?
it.
Let my friends go.
Back to 12.
Okay. You kind of like, you feel yourself being pulled. You hear the voice, and with the 31, that'll slide for a couple minutes. You hear the voice once, twice, 3 more times. It's like every minute comes into your mind just to try to steal your will, steal your consciousness. At the edge of your perception, you can see what looks like a boat. You see sails riding along the dust and sand. Roll me another int save.
Jesus Christ.
You,
Please.
your mind once again, as you attempt to halt your friends, they continue on this inward path, this straight line. You can see the footsteps in the dust and sand behind them, this trail
Said I
leading
saw a
back.
Boat?
And as you kind of like move around, still attached, you see as it looks like a skiff glides along the sand and dust, approaching you about 100 feet away.
Is it a good idea to yell for help? Probably not, but I don't have much options here. Hello, sir, on the boat. I appreciate some help here.
Roll me a persuasion check and then another int save.
Bollocks.
Aw, beans.
I mean,
Alright.
you made it farther than I ever planned, so this is we're in
Persuasion.
uncharted territory.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, persuasion's great.
Good start,
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
Persuasion's fantastic.
That's
And
Yeah, and
you
I'm fine on
still
my
fucking
end.
say.
as you
Crazy.
cry out the desperation as you're being pulled by your friends. The skiff grows closer and closer. The forms aboard it start to materialize. 3 of them, large, with horns, bulky,
Oh.
and waving. As they grow
Hello?
closer and closer, you feel the voice once again encroach into your mind, and then it's cut off, as if you enter a room, and as the skiff slides up next to you, the Minotaur aboard jumps off into the sand. Why are you wandering these lands? It is dangerous!
Well, thank God someone showed up. My friends here, they're attached to this rope. They've just been walking off. I'm trying to get everything to get them to stop, but they won't listen.
Bring me the scales! He shouts back over to one of the Minotaur that are on the boat, and they nod and they turn around and they grab this hexagonal shaped item, and they bring it out to him, and as you look at it, Nick, you can see these 4 like crystal jewels at the like cardinal points: red, green, yellow, and blue, and a white one in the center. And as he holds it in his hand, he starts to incant something that doesn't sound like draconic, it doesn't sound like natural spell casting, and as he activates it, the 4 lights flare and a blast goes out, and your 4 friends fall unconscious.
Oh.
Do not worry. They will be fine. Get Master Oni and his friends onto the boat. We must return to Terrastiel at once. Kind of like the 2 that are on the ship hop off and begin to head over. They untie the rope between the 4 and the large Minotaur who stands at about 7 feet. Hold on, I'm trying to do a couple things. Minotaur name. So that I can give it to you.
Height scale between 7 foot and 4'11".
It's I am Lauren Ruggedpelt, and I am one of the scouts of Terrastia. We have been sent out to ensure that any wandering these lands are either killed or brought back for redemption. Please, come with us. I can explain along the way.
Well, very well. I'm very glad you showed up when you did. The voice was getting rather annoying.
I am surprised you made it this far. She has become insatiable. Any who wander the domain unprotected by one of the great beasts falls. The fact
Who
that
is
you,
she?
the great mother of Earth, Eden, corrupted and twisted. He kind of like looks over as you see one of the large Minotaur pick up Mia. Another one kind of like grabs Ken by the shoulder and one leg and has to like really hoist him up. They come back and they get Oni and Aerith, having separated them, and they lay them down. And they seem fine. They're breathing. They're just unconscious. The boat is kind of, think of like a two. It's a like a two canoe kind of rudder with a platform across the middle that has what looks like a keel that can be used to steer in the sand, and a large sail. And as he jumps onto it, he kind of kneels down and then lowers a hand to you to help you up onto it, because this thing is definitely designed for Minotaur, not gnomes.
Thank you.
He holds you up as if you're a child and puts you down onto the boat. No, we shall return to the city at once. Let us make way. And he kind of like gently hands the scale, the hexagonal item back over to one of the other Minotaur, who heads back to where the keel is, and with it in his left hand and the keel in his right hand, you see as the green gem begins to glow and a wind builds up within this like 30-foot space around you, and then slams into the back of the sail, and you begin to skid forward, kind of bouncing off of the sand. It is impressive that you managed to resist her and make it this far through the outer barrier. You truly must be keen of mind and strong of spirit.
Well, my friends resisted for as long as they can, but, well, they all eventually got caught, I guess.
None of us could have predicted this. We have never seen Eden act so recklessly. But Cordred can fill you in better once we get to the city as to the current situation with... He looks out towards the direction that they were all heading in, and as he does, you see as the sandstorm that's kind of been billowing along the horizon separates for just a moment, and you see the single peak of a massive mountain stretching into the sky. I hope that Master Oni has been successful in his journey. If you are any indication of your ally's strength, we may just yet make it through this.
All I can think of is the comments like, "Thou shalt always be distracted by bullshit."
You skid along for about an hour, bouncing along the rocky terrain as the sand and dust around you kicks up. The small scrub brush kind of littered here and there, mixed with thick, rooty trees that barely grow more than 6 or 7 feet and don't have much as far as fruit, but they have a good amount of like leaves and foliage on them. You see a few herbs growing, but not anything that you really recognize, and most of it seems to have this strange kind of calcification on the edges of the leaves. The skiff dances and glides through the sandy terrain. In the distance, you can see a hill begin to manifest. There she is, Terrastiel. Make for the southern... Oh, I'm sorry, it wouldn't be southern. Make for the hind port. We shall bring them to the hearth, and I shall alert Master Cordred that they are here. The ship continues on, eventually getting closer and closer. You realize that it's not a hill. It's a shell. You see these massive legs, 200 feet long and maybe 50 feet wide, digging into the sand as you approach, unmoving. The shell is relatively low, but as the skiff gets closer and closer, they kind of turn. The pilot, who has the strange compass-like device in his left hand and the keel, turns it, and the green light turns to orange, and these like jutting stones come up from beneath the skiff and bounce it into the air up onto the shell, eventually into a kind of dry dock that hangs down off the side of the shell. They secure up the sail and lock the keel in place. I shall alert the medics that we will need attention and have them transport your friends. Stay here and travel with them. I shall return momentarily. And
Very well. Thank you again for your help in saving my friends.
he nods. It is my duty to protect these lands any way I can. He hops off the skiff. The other two begin to just get to work, like roping things up, lassoing it to the dock, securing things. They kind of like move your friends over and bring out a couple of stretchers for them to use. And after about 30 minutes, you see as 8 Minotaur, 6 female, 2 male, approach of varying sizes, but all about 5.5 to 7.5 feet tall. These curved horns off the head, the long bovine snout, and the large, bulky build. Their arms terminate in hands like you would expect from any bipedal creature, but their feet actually end in these large hooves that, as they hit the sandy, kind of stony groundwork that makes up Terrastio. And I'm sorry I don't have a map for it. I could not find something that matched what I had in my head. But as you kind of step on, you can feel this like light shifting beneath. The ground itself looks like stone, like sandstone almost, but there's a grittiness to it, like it's been just building on the back of something forever. Around you, you see what looks just like a desert village. Stone houses carved into a ever-rising hill that goes up for about 300 or so feet before you. And you can see at the top, and the entire way, these tiered houses and buildings kind of filling the shell of the giant turtle. The 8 Minotaur get your friends onto the stretchers as you kind of go through and check each one that they're breathing well and still unconscious. They assure you that this isn't unexpected. It can sometimes take time before consciousness is restored after tempering. Return you to, or not return you, but they lead you to a tavern. And within that tavern, they bring you back into a room that has about 8 beds in it. Lead you past a plethora of Minotaur. You see hundreds, thousands going about their daily lives here within the city, filling the streets. And as you come in, it's just like any other tavern that you've ever seen. There are Minotaur playing dice games and laughing and telling stories. There are 2 that seem to be on the verge of a fight, and as you kind of look at them and gauge what's going on, they begin a raucous set of laughter, and one slugs the other in the arm, the other slugs them back. They lead you back into a tavern room, set your friends down on the beds, and one of the nurses looks to you and goes, "Lord Cordridge shall be returning here shortly to speak with you, and to await your friends' return to consciousness. Please stay here, and if you need anything, alert the innkeeper."
Very well. Thank you very much.
She nods and heads out the door. You
I
sit.
feel so tiny as a gnome amongst a mass of minotaurs.
I was just about to say, you sit in a 6-foot tall chair, as the seats themselves are built to an entirely different scale than you're used to. You're used to things being big, you're used to things being human-sized, but they're about 40% bigger here within Terrastio, and it all makes you feel not insignificant, but small. You sit and watch your friends, and as you do, Oni, you feel, not hear a voice, but you feel its presence. Fighting, be free. And your eyes snap open, back to consciousness, as the protection of freedom is now reestablished.
Cool.
You look
Welcome
around.
back, Oni.
He's just kind of rubbing his head. That was not fun.
Well, I can't say it was fun getting dragged by all of you. But luckily, a group of minotaurs found us and have led us here.
That is really good.
Without the water, but that one looked really cool.
That's good, man.
You wipe the kind of exhaustion from your eyes and look around. You've been in this tavern before. You know where you are. This is the hearth in Terrastio.
Well, at least we've made it to a familiar place.
So, what is it with the tempering they were talking about and protection of the beasts? This is the first I've heard of this.
The Titans, they operate under their own rules and exert an intense amount of pressure. And with Severin having control, that's not good for us. We just experienced what it means to be brought under her control. I don't know if it was temporary, if it was permanent, but it's not ideal.
And Severin controls 4 of them?
The last message I received, yes, he had gained control over all the Titans.
There's a knock.
Unfair.
Definitely not ideal.
There's a soft knock at the door. It swings open, and Oni, you see a familiar face. The Minotaur who had contacted you before was one named. I sent it to you earlier today, and it's already dumped out of my brain. Viter Keenfigure.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if it's him or Iron Eye.
Yeah, you see both. As the door opens, Cordred Iron Eye stands in front of Viter, and they both kind of look through the room. And as the tall and imposing figure of the High Chief of Terrastiel lands on Nick, he weighs him, nods, and looks over at Oni and walks in. Master Oni, it is good to see that you have regained your senses. Welcome back to the city. Looks down at the party. Are these the travelers that you went to seek?
Oni will nod and sort of gesture at the group. It might not instill much faith seeing us brought low like this, but they are all incredible warriors.
He snorts, and it's very bestial, the sound of it. I have lost more men to Eden in the past several weeks than I have to wars in my life. The fact that your allies, even one of them, managed to resist her long enough for my men to find you, that is hope enough. Hope that we may be able to wrest control of her back. Comes in, he sits down. Took so long. I've been gone near a month now.
I'll kind of softly chuckle, and things definitely did not go the way I had intended. I know no path is certain, but I cannot stress how insanely wild things have gotten, to the point that there's no way to sugarcoat it. We went into the past with the Feywild.
He nods, kind of like believing you, but there's a hint of that kind of like, okay. Well, we did need powerful warriors, so wherever you have found them, whatever they have done to prove themselves to you, I trust that. Allow me to bring you up to speed on what has happened here. When you left, the Titans had been slowing their inexorable march, crawling, and the last message that Vita sent followed the cessation of that movement. With the end of the Waterdale, we find, or with the control of the Waterdale, we find ourselves now still. And that has never happened. The Titans do not. Without reason. It is concerning. Eden's aggression and action towards us also concerning. If it were not for the power of Terrestrial, we all would be lost. And to venture from it without one of its scales is to cast oneself to suicide. We have had very little contact with the other Dales, but I fear it is the same in all. He looks to Viter. It is time that you are brought up to speed on what Eden is and what we believe has happened. Within the great mountain lays the heart of Earth, the core of culmination of the energies from the plane of Earth itself. That heart, we believe, has been stolen. And in its place, a corrupted avatar to control the body and mind of Eden. If the heart has been stolen, he kind of like sighs. We would need to retrieve it, to return it. But I believe that if we could purge this corruption, it may bring Eden to a level of consciousness, awareness. I hope. Cordred looks back at you all. The hope is to have your well-honed squad traverse the dale and enter the great mountain. The chambers within are dangerous, and that close to the dale of, or to the intersection of the plane of Earth, your safety is not guaranteed. He looks over from you to Nick. None of yours. But if we allow our enemy to maintain control, then whatever he is acting towards will come to pass, and all those that attempt to travel through these lands will fall to her will, and ultimately his. We can provide you with a sand skiff and a scale to protect you and your fellows. But it's still a lot to ask.
It is honestly no more than what we've been asked since I've been along for the ride with them. And I assume they've done more and will continue to have to do more, so I'm sure they won't be against it. If Severin has his footholds here, if he's really taking over the Titans like this, if we can wrestle even one of them out of his grasp, it would be a good start.
And you seem confident that they would take this task, so I will make the preparations to aid however we can. There is somebody here who has been awaiting your arrival. He appeared shortly after we received the sign that the Waterdale had fallen. Well, he wasn't looking for you in particular. He said he was looking for travelers from the material. Or not material, from the Sword Coast. This DM has spent too long on the Feywild. From the coast, from beyond the mountains. I presume it was you. Shall I alert him that you are here, or wait?
I would say go ahead and, if we can, get the rest of the party awake. Is that something we could expedite?
He looks back at them. it can take sometimes days to recover from this effect, if it is recoverable. The longer one is exposed, the more insidious the infection. I believe your personal skills protected you as well as your ally here. I would say give them at least the day, and if they are not back on their feet by tomorrow, then I suppose we will have to worry, but we shall burn that bridge when we come to it.
Then, I guess if you would just give us the day and let if everyone's awake tomorrow, then we can meet with whoever this is. But I feel like we probably need the entire group cognizant and present for whatever they have to say.
Very well. I will make preparations for your venture to Eden and wait to alert this guest of your presence. Take the day and rest here. I will see you on the morrow. If you have any questions, please send for me, but take time and prepare. This is a delicate and dangerous undertaking. He kind of gets up and Vitor stands up. I am appreciative to your efforts, Master Oni. This was beyond our skills, though it is our responsibility. He gives you like a deep nod. Follows Cortrid out. Two of you have the day. I expected all of you to go down and for it to be like, we were down for a day, and Oni would be like, yeah, well, I woke up yesterday, but I didn't expect two of you. Anything on your minds? You guys just want to have like just downtime until tomorrow morning, whenever we...
I mean, I guess we could have another study day.
Okay.
You know, thieve the key off Aaron while he's asleep real quick. Open it for us, because I don't have spell slots.
Interesting that you say that.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
Do you try the key?
Oh, we're in the Dales now. Things are probably going to be all out of whack then, huh?
I was just gonna do normal studying for.
It's fair. You could definitely use the normal
Intelligence.
studying. I thought you were gonna go for...
Well, now I'm concerned. Now I don't want to.
It's up to
No,
you.
I don't want.
I will give you the day, however you want to spend it. Food is provided. You have a room to rest in. There is a bustling city of Minotaur outside, though Oni is familiar enough. Yeah, Oni's familiar with it.
Is there anything you want to do, Oni?
Honestly, I'm more concerned with the fact that somebody's looking for us in the Dale of all places, you know?
We should have asked for the name before he left. Like, who is that looking for us?
But I really don't want to go talk to this man without the group, so I feel like I don't really have anything pressing right now. I'm good with just sort of letting you do
Narrative
your
fast
study
forward.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
Why
so
don't you give
surprised
me
with the
another training check?
12s.
Right? 8
That was
12s.
ridiculous.
Never
Go ahead,
even
give
had to
me
use
another
lucky.
another int check for your studying, Nicholas, as you kind of just take out your book and sit here in this nice, quiet...
Another 12.
Another 12.
It is. What
It
the
is. Go ahead and roll 3d6. Actually, give me 4d3s. Because it's your second training of the day.
4D.
That's fair.
Wait, D3s?
Yeah, we'll do d3s instead of
That's-
d6s.
Half a d6s.
Roll 4D3.
Alright, cool. You add 9 to your intelligence training. And as you guys hit the end of your day, you get your long rest that evening. awakening to the thick and earthy smell of the air here. There's like a breeze that's almost constant that sort of just twirls past as you open the windows. You can feel it just always moving in this lateral direction, and as you wake up, you hear Ken begin to like move, and he sits up. Aerith is right behind him, and then finally Mia, kind of like her eyes open like ah, and the three of you find yourselves in an unfamiliar room with stone walls and a stone ceiling on comfortable beds that are about a size too big for the three of you. Except for Ken, it's comfortably large for you.
Oh no. Did we get kidnapped?
Oh my god, we're dead.
It's true, you all died.
Oh no.
You're spirit guardians now, I'm sorry.
So you can see us because you can see ghosts?
More or less. No, we were rescued. Thankfully, Nick kept his wits about him and resisted Eden's temptation.
I mean, I think they would have found us without me yelling at them, because I rolled a nat 1.
But he made it much more feasible to happen because he, unlike the rest of us, did not fall prey to the Titans. So
I didn't see that one coming.
you guys should
Somehow.
thank him.
That's whatever that means. That seems bad, so thank you, Nick.
12 should be Nicholas's new favorite number.
Yeah, it's akin to mind control. It's not mind control. It's more like
They yell at
compelling devotion.
you, submit, submit, submit.
It's not ideal, but it's pretty similar to the monsters that we've encountered so far. The ones that have been outside the norm, covered in elemental aspects that they should not be.
Right.
I think it's an advanced stage of that tempering.
I don't remember being mind controlled though. I just don't remember anything.
Well, thankfully, we were picked up by Minotaurs and brought somewhere safe and got a little bit of insight as to what is going on and what needs to happen. And I know we kind of jump from one frying pan to the next, but Severin has taken the heart of Eden and replaced it with something that we need to go deal with.
That sounds bad.
Yeah, you had me at 7, fucking with things again.
And if it's any indicator, that means he's probably done the same with each of the Titans so far, if he's got each one under control.
Yeah.
So are we gonna do
There's
mind
one other
control?
thing, though.
a good thing?
A questionable thing. Somebody was looking for us here. I told them to wait to get in contact with them until you all were awake. I figured it would be important if somebody knew people from outside the Dell were here. They'd know it was us and we don't need to go in like half cop.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's a great idea. Good job. Oh man, my head hurts.
They did also mention providing us with, I call them scales, something to try to combat that tempering. So it won't be perfect, but we'll have a better shot at not being compelled to submit again.
Every little bit helps, I guess. Yeah.
Will it work for all the deals or just this one?
This is a genuinely good question.
Question?
She asked, would it work for all the deals or just this one?
That's a genuinely good question.
Right? I figured no one's here to answer the question currently, but We can ask your Minotaur friend later.
And well, as you mention him, there's a knock at the door.
Oh
It
god.
isn't Cordred, as Vitor opens it and looks in. Good. Your allies are awake. Bring them up to speed. I shall alert your visitor and let him know where to find you. Unless he like stops and he looks over each of you, almost panicked. Unless I shouldn't.
Did he seem like a good person or like a wants to kill us person?
Kind of like turns his head and looks at you. He looked like you. Could have been your father. Didn't give bad, hostile vibes, but not cuddly either. Kind of a jerk.
I have a dad.
Looks like you.
Well, that's good. Maybe it'll be insight into you, Mia. Also, while we have you, the scales, do they work in each dale, or does each dale have their own sort of system to prevent it?
Each world turtle provides its scales for us to use. Unfortunately, Terrestrial's power does not extend beyond the dale in which it has been shaped.
So once
One
we
for
deal with the
each.
Earth dale, we'll have to go and find more scales in each of the different dales. Got it.
So we have to get mind controlled again.
It could be that when we regain control of our world, our dale, we may be able to communicate with our brothers. But as of now, nothing gets through. No sending. No messenger. Kind of like winces a bit at the thought of that. Nothing. Eden must be our first priority, though.
Yeah, I guess that's a problem for later us.
More side quests.
But not one that you will face alone. Promise you that.
Well, that's good. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess we should meet this new stranger.
Well, I shall retrieve him. Wait here. And he turns and heads back out into the tavern. You guys wait for probably about 15, 20 minutes. Then you can hear a dunk, 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 dunk of heavy armor-plated footfalls coming towards your door. And as you hear the clanking of metal gauntlets on the door handle, the door swings open. And behind it, a older human. I'm trying to pull up my art so I can use that to really describe what you're seeing. Sort by date. Most recent, please. Too many other things in this folder. What the heck, computer? Why are you taking so long? It's
Show me
just
my
being
dad.
really weird. Yeah, it's not showing me the information that
Show me my dick.
Yeah, that was what it was. All right. He is. Open that always. He's wearing like long, greenish robes over plate armor. Shoulder pauldrons going down over his biceps. Bracers down going to his hands, but his hands are free. On his back, he has this massive warhammer with the pommel end of it off to his left shoulder. He has a close cropped but neatly shaped, like beard and mustache, and a very, very stern-looking face. His hair is the same color as Mia's and kind of flows down like light off the top of his head. And as he looks out over each of you and kind of like sizes you all up, he lands on Mia. There you are. And he steps in. Where in the hells have you been? And he kind of like looks down. But you have the key. Wonderful. You didn't lose it. Where have you been? What took you so long?
Hi. I'm Mia.
Narrows his eyes at you, and then kind of like in that moment of assessing everyone else in the room, he glances over, and in the corner, his eyes land on Nick. Nicholas, what are you... Turns and he walks over to you and crouches down in front of you. What are you doing here? You should be in your tower.
Who is this? He recognizes me. I don't know if I recognize him.
You don't recognize him.
I'm sorry, good sir. I don't believe we've met before.
We have met so many times. He like gets up and like doesn't like stomp or throw a tantrum or anything, but he kind of just like stands to his full height and closes his eyes and cracks his neck and turns and looks at Mia. You don't recognize me.
Are you my dad?
I am you.
You can't
My
be
name
me.
is...
I'm me.
We are us. My name, at least the name that has been given to this, is Stir. And I find myself missing a great deal of my strength. He looks at Mia. Where have you been? What? Why did it take so long? He looks at Ken. Why did it take you all so long to get here? I knew you were coming here. Why did it take so long?
Okay.
He's so
No
rude.
disrespect, but
no,
please.
you're not as good, sir. It's obviously a good explanation for everything.
Sorry. I have been waiting here for the better part of a month in anticipation that you would return. Allow me to explain. And he sits down. A year ago. Oh, I know. I know! I
Freak.
and her are the goddess of magic, or what is left of her. He looks over
Run
at
that by
Nicholas.
me again.
He's your girlfriend.
He looks at you and kind of like blinks. We are the goddess of magic.
Ken, I didn't know you swung both ways.
Kind of like cracks his neck a little bit to both
Wait.
sides.
See, I'm confused. Hold on. The book that I have, it says it's Mistra.
It is, and that is who we are.
No, hold on. She like digs through her bag and pulls out the book and then flips it open and holds it up to him and just, no, this is her.
He looks at it, he kind of like smiles and goes, it was a good likeness at least, but yes, that is who we were. Now, this is who we are. Allow me to bring you up to speed on everything. Well, maybe not everything, that could take some time, but the pertinent bits. Our enemy, Severin, must be stopped. He has to be.
We already know that part.
Of course you know that. Of course I know that. We always knew that. That is why we helped so much. We did so much, we gave so much, we allowed so much, we bent so many rules, and did it all in secret. We didn't want to risk the others, the ones who would stand against this, finding out that it is our fault. I tried. We tried to hold it all together, to grant power to the leather worker, the tattoo artist, the craftsman, to grant you all the strength you needed to keep rising to power that was beyond your comprehension. Power that we gave to those who travel on planes beyond reach, honing their skills further. And then we gave so much, very much, that we broke. I found myself cast here, all of the memories of our long existence since the beginning. But my power, gone. My ability to shape, gone. My strength, gone. Everything that I had been pouring into the intent to help you all, to help you all, as he looks at Ken and Aerith, gone and poured into a single being.
Me?
So, you're the memory and wisdom of Mistra, and me as the power.
It is correct.
Oh, I need to sit down.
I mean, it makes sense, but have we met in this form before?
I'm sorry, I didn't expect to see you here, Nicholas. You were never
You told me. What do you mean?
When?
Well, I mean, you went missing. I asked the Modrons, they're like, oh, Mister's gone. And I'm like, no, I gotta go fucking find Mister or whatever the fuck's going on. And the only lead I had was the Wanderers of Starlight. And then you were being you kept so many secrets. You're like, nope, can't tell you. Nope, can't tell you. And I'm like, fine.
I'm sorry, my dear friend. I never meant to let the Wanderers slip. But I also never wanted you to get wrapped up into all of this.
I would have told you, Nick, I like you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
He kind of like closes his eyes and winces a bit at that. You would. Because you don't understand. You've never been. You've never been.
I don't know, because I don't really remember and before finding these guys.
I had hoped that you would feel the pull to find me again and return here quickly. And I suppose you did in the long run.
Well, I did want to come here, but there were a lot of other things that needed to be finished first.
Isn't that always the case?
Well, what is your plan now that you two are together?
We return to Mechanus. Reform into Mistra.
We can't go back.
We must. The engine is threatened.
But we're not done. This is threatened.
You are right.
I have to help them.
We can. We will. We will help them as we always have been from Mechanus. And
No, that's not good enough. You said, she turns to Nick, you said that she never told you anything and wouldn't help you.
I told you all I could, I promise. Everything I could. I shared secrets with you that I have not shared with a living soul in thousands of years.
Well, I will say this as well. While you are split, you technically have the power to walk amongst mortals, which is usually not allowed, correct?
This is correct. We
Mere
are mortal.
Mia could, while in this form, use her power and help us. And then, when everything's sorted, if Mia would like to return,
Mia. He kind of looks at all of you and weighs his next words very heavily. Has no choice to return. She must return. I must return. Our
It's
power
not
severed.
fair.
I know, but life is unfair. It is a lesson that we learned many iterations ago, that no matter how life shapes itself, it is innately unfair.
Can you elaborate on why she has to?
He kind of looks at you and nods. The staff she carries is known as the key of magic. It is a conduit of the power from Mechanus. If it is not returned, power could falter. The Modrons, I hope, have been doing their best to maintain the engine, but without us there, without us as its power source to modulate and filter it, magic will become unstable. In addition, and he looks at Nicholas, Mia represents the power of magic. I am incapable of even teleportation. If I had time in a circle, maybe, but my power is so restricted to what it was. If she dies, a mortal, what do you think happens to magic, Nicholas?
I have a few ideas of what could happen.
I am sure they are good ones. You are always very smart. We cannot leave this dale, though. We are trapped here for the time.
I don't understand all of this. Is a lot of stuff.
You will. When we are one again, you will know and understand and have perspective. But for now, you are as a child with a powerful bomb.
No, I'm not.
He
I
looks-
understand things. They taught me a lot of things.
How many times has she lost control of the weave and threatened you all? Threatened herself.
Not
Threatened
that many.
a commoner.
Actually,
No.
not that many times. Mostly whenever her magic surge, it was kind of a
Goofy.
harmless accident. I think I can only really think of twice, maybe 3 times.
I think it was only twice where it was actively negative, and even then, it wasn't in a situation where any of us really got hurt.
Yeah.
Lacks
But-
control. And how long magic continue without the god of magic? We are not like the others. Kind of like stops and like purses his mouth shut.
We can't just go back home and watch everything and make sure it's not even make sure, like, hope that everything's okay. I'm helping.
I know.
We're fixing everything.
He kind of like stops and looks between Mia, looks rest of the party. Can cannot fix everything as we are. Severin's power is too great. We need the power with my understanding in order to combat him. He has... don't even know what it means. He has found the epiphany.
What is that?
Secret that I have kept from even the gods themselves.
So are you so determined to get Nick to admit that he learned magic from?
He is in contact with you, Nicholas.
Trying. He has been, but I keep telling him, fuck off.
I am sure that that is the reason, for there is only one other creature who has knowledge from the epiphany in all of existence beyond myself. That is you, Nicholas. And the higher level spells that I showed you. Very
Even
well.
if he had the higher level spells, the power required to use it is tremendous.
It is, and he has that. Allow me to explain what it is. Millennia ago, when your world was different, the mages threatened the gods. One mage learned of his existence and rose to power to strike him down and take his seat. She became the Raven Queen, and the old god was lost. Such power, such devastating power. If it had stopped there, then perhaps, maybe. But your people are insatiable. And in time, a man named Karsus began to unravel the secrets. 10th, 11th, 12th level magics. The highest tier magic utilized in the creation of the universe at the very beginning by my deep ancestor. He took this power and attempted to cast me down, her down, Mistral. But we are not like the gods. He looks over and locks eyes with Mia. We are so much different. In the end, all of Netheril fell. Every empire fell. And I washed the world clean with my own sacrifice. When I was born as Mistra, I vowed it would not happen again. And I took the secrets, the understanding, and the power of that magic, and I confined it to a stone and hid it in Mechanus. I was reborn. Mistra reigned. I seeded my daughters to help guide the Sword Coast as the civilizations re-emerged. I made allies. I made friends. All the while I protected the world by guarding the epiphany of magic, the truth of the higher level magics, and the true potential of creation. Because I was afraid, terrified that history would repeat. I don't know how he found it. I should have been aware, but it was like a blind spot in my consciousness. I only felt it once he had finally taken it. The man known as Severin was lost. The corruption of the Epiphany, absolute, and the allure of power, transformative. And the enemy of all reality was born, patient, understanding, and with the power threaten the gods. He is using that power to try and break Tiamat free, start a war, and in that cataclysm, start everything. For in the beginning, when nothing exists, and all is light and energy, there is but magic in the universe. And from that magic, everything. Whoever is there at the turnover commands that magic, becomes that magic. And that is what he desires. Kind of like closes his eyes. And so now you know my great shame, fear, and pride have led to this.
So Tiamat's not the big villain, Severin is.
He nods. His power dwarfs even that of hers, although he keeps it hidden. Karsus was bold, loud, ambitious. He called together a following. He built himself a nation and loudly threatened the most powerful god in existence. The others, all of them, rallied to his aid, or to my aid, I should say, actually. And together we were able to stop him. Severin is insidious. The understanding bestowed upon him by the Epiphany.
How did he get to the Epiphany?
No. He was a member of Helm's little Boy Scout troop, and must have ended up somehow on Mechanus. I told Helm to always let me know when they were going there, but I was not aware of it until he got it.
If it was so bad, why didn't you just get rid of it?
I cannot destroy it. It is a truth. It has existed for as long as we have. If I destroy the object, then that knowledge returns to the universe and can be discovered. For it's all out there. All understanding, all knowledge flows within the universe, within magic, within the weave.
But why would he offer to teach me it?
Because he is stymied by the glyph that seals Tiamat. He has what he needs, but doesn't put the pieces together correctly, and he hopes that my teaching will help. If he is reaching out to you, that is my assumption.
Oh, okay, so it's like he has the instruction manual, but he doesn't know how to read it.
He understands the higher level magic. He is attempting to break a lock he doesn't understand, and is hoping that your unique perspective may help, is my guess.
Okay.
But the Epiphany would have granted him total understanding of magic.
Well, this is all very bad and very a lot, but that's what we're doing. We're stopping this.
We are.
Me and everybody else.
You will continue to. They cannot do this without our aid, and it is our responsibility. This is our fault. The best place.
Haven't the other gods gotten more involved?
They don't know about it. They are ignorant to its existence by design.
So, okay, does that mean other gods can't cast higher level magic as well?
I mean, you've seen divine magic, but you don't really know. The gods themselves shape faith. They shape power. Their limits are the limits you impose upon them. But to give them knowledge of something that you don't have knowledge of is to give you that knowledge, for their nature is reciprocal. Kind of like chews on his lip. You've learned of their nature. They are created through you.
Okay.
Do you believe that when they speak to their priests, that the priests are just making that up, or the gods are actually speaking to them? Do they act, or do they just reflect? He looks between all of you and lingers on Aerith. What is your experience with them?
I mean, I spoke with one last night.
Did you reach to him or him to you?
He reached to me.
Then he has consciousness, decision. Correct? Nods.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Their existence is a paradox. Faith shapes gods. The gods manifest and speak to you all, and then shape the faith, which then shapes the god, which then shapes the faith. And over years and years and generations of your people, they can become corrupted. They can lose sight of their true persona and manifest as a new entity, not driven by your own consciousness, but by its own consciousness. The power you've given it, giving it consciousness in return. So no, I could not inform the others, as much as it will upset them to learn that I have kept this from you from them for so long. And they will learn, for I have now told you. Because we need everybody on the same page, and he looks at Mia. We need to return to Mechanus when we can, as soon as we can get out of this. As soon as we can leave the Earthdale, you and I must return.
No, there are 3 other ones, and he's screwed them up too.
He has.
To fix them.
He looks at you, and once again, his eyes, deal kind of towards you. They will. And we will help how we best can help. Do you not understand? He looks at Nick. You understand the risk of having her on the front line. Do you not understand the risk of what would happen if you died?
Magic would die along with her.
Magic would die.
But I won't.
I can't risk that.
At the same point, magic would also eventually return.
Eventually.
I'm not
As it did.
suggesting killing anybody, but I mean, magic died. Severin just loses on the spot, right?
It's so simple. Problem is the epiphany. And in the effort to...
It's like you turning off a power switch, and then eventually it comes back on. So he
Severin
loses
would
power
have...
temporarily. You can just get it back when it comes back.
But he
Yeah,
would
but-
maintain the power granted to him by the epiphany. He would be the only creature in all of creation with anything. It took the destruction of their entire empire and the cessation of all knowledge to wipe that power from the map, and I still sacrificed myself to do it. I thought I could keep it safe, that if it was hidden in my home, that I would keep it safe. But I was wrong.
And you're sure he went to Mechanicus to learn it?
He didn't. There's nowhere... Yes, that's where we were keeping the epiphany. He had to have. No one else has interacted with it.
What's his name? Something Fall. His Fall. Karsus?
Mm-hmm.
So Karsus, he learned it on his own, correct?
He did.
What
In
if
his age, the magic existed within the universe, within the field of consciousness and unconsciousness. The weave itself bearing that truth upon its very firmament.
What if Karsus left something behind, or like a fragment of his power, or maybe he had writings that got left behind that Severin found?
Possible. Oh, there was a city that crashed in the north. I don't... Kind of like
Because to
his
me, it
eyes
sounds
darting back and forth.
much more difficult to get into Mechanicus, look at the epiphany that you have locked away, and not at all get caught until after he has it. That sounds very unlikely.
I thought it impossible. I knew of Helm's little doorway and his Boy Scouts, but I never thought they'd come to Mechanus, and if I did, I never thought they'd do it without telling me. Perhaps some part of me just wanted it to be over and didn't pay attention, or allowed it to happen. I don't know, Nicholas. All I know is that it is my responsibility, but I can't fix it. I need help. That is why I have given so much to try to help Wanderers of Starlight. He looks at Mia. That is why we need to return, so that we can help them.
Wasn't enough before. Now it's enough.
What wasn't enough?
Our help. Sitting somewhere else. Whatever we could give from afar, that's not enough.
Kind of
You're
like...
afraid if I die and the magic goes. But is that little risk worth not helping them at all? Or at least not being able to help except for talk?
He looks again between all of your faces. The concern, the confusion, emotions across them, just kind of being gauged. You have no choice.
I do have a choice.
closes his eyes, stands up. I cannot force you, obviously. You are our power. But it is not a little risk, and we do not offer nothing. And the longer we are away from Mechanus, be you threatened or not, the higher the chances the engine will fail and the construct of the weave will begin to change. Magic will become unpredictable for all, chaotic. We have spent millions of years shaping this world, Mia, shaping a reality that can flourish. We have seen so many fall, many versions of ourselves sacrificed to this dream. It is who we are. Selfish to stay. We must go. He looks at you and Ken, and I am sorry.
Can't. She'll walk over and grab Ken's hand.
You can't make me, Dad.
We cannot leave until Eden is freed. If you would have me, I would travel with you to help keep her safe. Think on all I've said. Think on the risks of staying beyond this venture, Mia. Come find me. Is there anything else that I can shed light on?
Where is Severin getting all his power from?
Tiffany itself. It is everything of highest level magic. The understanding of how to use it and what it does. The power to use it and shape it. And
So just by knowing you can cast it, you also have the power to do so? Or is he
Not
getting the
all.
power from something else?
he gets it from the Epiphany. In the original days, the old days, you had to learn it, earn it, gain the power the hard way, through strength and determination and force of will. I took that option away when I created the Epiphany, and created this problem. All of that knowledge, all of that understanding, all of that power consigned to a single object. That object now born by a single person. I'm not even sure it is Severin anymore, and not just some twisted part of who I used to be that has been trapped within that piece of stone. I did not know the man before.
And so he has infinite power. Knows
Not infinite, but I would say godly.
godly power. 10th, 11th, 12th spells. 4 Dale Titans. And we have to fight him.
He also bears the soul stones of Beragast and Zonthal Town, which
That's
are
not
a
making it better.
substantial source of power. It is not a good situation. If it were, I would not need 5 people to nearly destroy themselves in order to become strong enough to face him. And this will and has changed you. Looks akin. You are by no means the man you were when this started. He swings over to Aerith. And while your changes are more subtle, you too have grown and changed. Power is transformative, can be corruptive if you do not safeguard yourself from it.
Can we use the epiphany against him?
Do not know. I do not know enough about how he is utilizing it. It was just a construct that contained knowledge. I don't know how it functions.
Why don't you just take it away from him?
I cannot. I could not when I was Mistra, and I cannot now that you bear my strength.
Okay. If he has all of this, it still doesn't explain why he needs me. Like, there's obviously something he's not understanding if he wants something from me. So maybe he didn't get all of it?
He has what he needs, but he does not understand how to use it. And I do not want to speak the truth about it.
Well, that's fine. I'm just confused. Maybe he didn't glimpse everything?
He's missing something. I will agree with you on that.
But we can't let him have Mia. We can't let him have Nick. And we can't let Mia go sacrificing herself. What if you just take the key with you for now, and we keep Mia? How's that sound?
Closes his eyes. I am so sorry that this is so difficult. I never intended to harm you all like this. I was hoping to keep my distance entirely, so that no one would know that this was my fault. Without her power, the key is no more than a trinket, an object to be used, but we must combine understanding and strength once more. Mistra must exist. I cannot bear that weight.
If you recombined, are you sure you will be Mistra and not something new at this point?
No, I am not. Cannot be. But I would fight to keep everything that is important, everything we have learned, and all the power that we can utilize. That should maintain the Mistra that was.
Well, I mean, you did say protect Mia.
She precious and dangerous.
Maybe change is good for you.
I agree with you on the precious part.
Also, could I not just alter memory myself and get rid of the knowledge so he could never have it?
You could. I could explain it to you in a short window that you could then wipe from your mind, but
No. I meant like what I currently know.
Oh.
Wipe it off? Just give it everything?
Because everything that you've taught, like I could just get rid of it, just so we can't get it.
I think our
Which would suck because I like it, but
our long evenings that we spent are far more than a modified memory can change, my friend. Unfortunately, you are now burdened with that knowledge and must protect it.
bollocks.
Which is why I didn't want you to leave the tower.
What
I
was I
figured
supposed to do? You
that you
went
would stay in the
missing. The
tower.
Voltrons are all busy, and it's like, oh, now we got to go find what the fuck's going on. And you kept being secretive.
To be fair to me, I didn't plan for this to happen. This wasn't intentional. I kind of had a little bit of a break.
Also, you knew this was going to happen.
I feared this would happen.
No, you knew because you saw 20 years ago.
Time shenanigans. Oh.
When you contacted me 20 years ago, Severin had already found the Epiphany. His mission already begun. His quest started. I knew. Yes, then. I knew before I broke. I feared telling you. Feared speaking the truth into the universe. And it wasn't until I am now forced to that I do. I still don't know what ramifications may come of revealing these truths. The gods are certainly going to have something to say about hiding things from them.
Ugh.
Niles,
You always complain to me about getting in trouble. Look what you've done.
why do you think I warned you so much?
Yes, I know it. Ugh. Well, I suggest you go to the gods, beg forgiveness, and get them to help.
They have been helping as much as they can. Their position is precarious, and
Yeah, that's fair. Dad did overstep, saving me way back when, so guess they gotta keep some sort of checks and balances after that.
And out of character, all those gods have been backing up the party this entire fucking
Yeah, I know.
campaign, doing everything they can.
You gotta know, Nicholas doesn't know what the gods have been doing to help you guys.
yeah, that's true. It's true.
He just came in really late and sees all this stuff, and now learning what Mr. did. He's like, what are the gods? What have they been doing?
The gods are like my children. In the beginning, there is magic. And then that magic creates stars, worlds, countries, plants, animals. Those creatures grow within the magic, fueled by it, as part of it, till they reach a certain level of understanding, an ability to interact with the magic of the world. It isn't the beginning of sentience, but the beginning of that beginning is where the shadow fell, and the Feywild came from. Birth of life and death, and the circle of change. As creatures live and die, the world changes, and they change with it, growing and understanding until another critical point is reached. One of understanding of themselves. They begin to see reflections of themselves in the world around them, faces in the constellations of the stars, the sun rising and granting them gifts and light as though it had a choice, and that belief shapes the first of my children. From there, they refine as your understanding does, and as their own consciousness grows, they too communicate with you. The symbiotic relationship of man and God begins. You've been to many of the churches on the Sword Coast, Ken. Would you say that every practitioner within them follows the ideal version of their god, or that they are, as all living creatures, human or elf or whatever you want to call it, and susceptible to that corruption.
Yeah, unfortunately, mortals are. They don't have the wherewithal to, or I guess the fortitude to resist temptation, but
None can. Not even I. I am an eternal being that has existed since the beginning of the universe, and I could not resist the temptation to hide away my mistake in the hope that it doesn't happen again. So it is not a judgment of your people. I simply ask it because that corruption is in both ways. And over time, my children change, shaped by the beliefs of their followers and by shaping the belief of their followers. They do everything they can. They have offered as much aid as they can, but they are fallible and learning. They are responsible for their actions and also subject to outside influences beyond what you can control.
Alright, so out of character, so Mystra is the first god then,
Yes.
who created all
It
others.
technically wasn't even named Mystra at that time, but yes.
Yeah, okay. Now I was just confused because I know that D&D has different
It does.
story of how everything
In this one, Mystra was there at the very beginning, and
Gotcha.
from
Okay.
the weave of faith, the other gods have been kind of created over time.
Gotcha. That's what was confusing me because I was used to the other like, huh?
Yeah, no, it's good. That's why I wanted to
No,
get
no,
us
that
here
makes
so I
sense.
could exposit this, and
Because I'm like,
he's the
I
only one
thought-
who knows.
I'm like, I thought Al was the first one. What the fuck?
No,
Nah,
no.
you're good. I get it now.
Yep. We all must do our part. We all have a role to play, and if we play it right, then the world will keep on spinning until the next cataclysm presents itself.
That's so sad.
That is life. But it does not need to be ugly. Such sacrifice is beautiful. The ability to give of yourself.
But to be the one who always has to see it end.
Then you do remember, even if
No.
you don't.
But I hear it in you.
Well, either way, we must first figure out what's wrong. Well, clean up the Earthdale land. I say we focus on that and resolve this problem afterwards.
Very well. If you have any questions for me, please send for me. Send me a sending. Wouldn't that be fun? But I will give you all time to discuss amongst yourselves everything that I have revealed today. Kind of like stands up at his full height, picks his warhammer up off the ground and like slings it over his back. It was never meant for us to end up like this, Mia. I hope you know that we never wanted. We've always
Maybe I wanted-
this, but
Maybe I wanted to be happy.
kind of like nods. Keeps just like that like low, slow head shake. Takes the weight of experience to understand that A desire such as that is juvenile. And I do not mean for that to come off as patronizing or insulting. We have seen many civilizations rise and fall to greed, to hubris, to lust. It is sad, but it is the nature of things to end, and it is our nature to continue.
She just turns away and doesn't answer him.
He nods. I will be nearby, but give you space. Send for me if you need me. I am sorry, all of you. Steps out the door and closes it behind him with a slow. And the five of you are left, stunned, kind of silence within the room. Do you guys want to keep going now, or do you want to pick up here next week?
God damn.
You sounded so upbeat for having just broken like everyone's hearts.
Compartmentalization is a skill a DM learns really early on. I have a big grin. I've been planning this encounter for almost a year, so this is awesome for me. The one thing I couldn't have predicted, that Nick passed all of the saves.
Who did you think was gonna save all the way through?
No one. I thought Oni would make it the furthest, but I was just gonna keep hitting you until it happened. But when it just didn't seem to be happening, I was like, "Fuck it, narrative, here we go."
No, the weird thing is, even though monk don't get there's no like I don't have a wisdom proficiency save.
I thought you had wisdom save, Prof. That's why I thought you were gonna be swinging with like a +10. So I was like, "Dang, he's gonna, he'll have advantage."
That was part of why I wanted to book, because one, it would up my base wisdom, would up that save, would up every ability, and also would have upped my monk DC on like stunning strike and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly thought I would lose too, because when Ken turned with an int save of 22, I'm like, I'm fucked. I can't keep saving.
The save was 23.
Yeah,
9 12.
That's
It was
insane.
ridiculous.
It was a power move. It was 100% a power move.
Something broke somewhere.
Dude, and I always joke, I keep saying this, but he has the lucky feat, but I never have to use it.
It's true.
But yeah, go ahead.
I'm down to keep going a little bit further, but I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and post a little screenshot that Earth sent me about a year ago.
After we had already established what had actually happened and had it in plan, and then Earth comes around, like on the dot, nails it. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Hold on, that's wrong channel.
I'm a bit of a rascal.
No.
I was like, what?
Oh, I'm gonna pop off. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Likewise.
Literally to the letter. Fucking called it.
Oh man.
7/24/23.
Yep. Almost 11 months ago exactly. So many things I didn't plan to happen between when we now. I figured it was gonna take like 4 months maybe to get to here. Nah.
Right? It fucked around. For
Made
so
the
long.
best story. It's so good.
Everyone was worried Aerith was gonna leave. Now everyone's worried Mia's gonna disappear. Oh, how the
Well, that's the
turns
problem.
tabled.
I mean, that's the problem, is that I was always meant to leave at some point.
Sorry, it couldn't have been the best case scenario.
Is it ever?
Oops, all amnesia. Oh, it's even crazier.
Alright, my bad. I'm back.
Welcome back. I narrated Takashi seeing Severin take the epiphany months ago when Takashi got his memories back.
Takashi, why didn't you stop it?
Why did you stop? I tried. What do you think he was doing when he got a metal shard in his hand?
Our poor homie,
Blow
dude.
the fuck up.
Oh.
I also have to pee real quick. 1 second.
Good.
Before I run out of time.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. Still got a couple people away.
Okay. It is getting warm in my room.
I hate this hitting that summer swing now.
I mean,
It is-
rained here in Tucson, so it cooled a bit, but
Looking at my weather app right now, it is currently 104 degrees outside.
No, sir. No, thank you.
Yeah, no. That's why I've been just letting Graham out. I'm like, you can go outside. You can come back in. It's so hot.
Apparently it's 78 right now over here.
Hell yeah. But I mean, you guys got that like 80% humidity though, right? Where it feels like 90.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not humid here, which makes it bearable, but it's still fucking hot, especially during the day when I'm sitting at my computer, which is like right next to we have like the big back doors, like French doors. And my computer's right next to that. So during the day when those windows are there and the door, they just radiate heat. They're hotter than my freaking computer.
And big.
Welcome back. It's just Ken AFK now? Or Mia? Mia. Just heard the door closed.
next Sunday.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah.
Poor Mia and Ken.
I know.
What if Mia was just able to give her power, but was still able to stay as immortal?
She would lose.
Like, just transfer her power over.
Well, I feel like without the magic, there is no mortal. It's kind of like magic turned into a mortal being.
You just end up with the fantasy version of the fucking Cyberpunk DLC ending, where you just, instead of all your cyberware being gone, all your magic's gone, so you're just a girl running around now, but you live somehow.
Not bad. That's worse than not being there. Yeah, it's better than not being there.
I mean, in this scenario, because you still got all your friends and family, but in Cyberpunk, literally everyone abandons you. V is just shit all over that ending. It's heartbreaking.
That's so depressing.
Right?
I mean, it's
Yeah.
Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk's just depressing in general.
Now that the reveal has finally come down, do you want to know what race and background Mia is?
Yes.
Yes.
I am a magic genasi with a background of child of magic.
Ooh.
Interesting.
I made
our
it
own.
up.
Yep.
But-
Made our own. Basically, like her race and backstory became her Starlight artifact. Everything else that she came in with is actually from D&D.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, so without the magic part, I don't know if
There's gonna be anything left.
What
right, exactly.
Let's just all have
we
our own
made
destiny. How about that?
Nicholas hates this. He really does. But what if you made a simulacrum
Nice.
or a clone?
Clone.
Nice.
And
And it took
then
Oh god.
endearing
don't-
herself to Nick for Nick to actually think
Yeah.
necromancy. Wow.
Right.
it's an option because then you could give the power and then you'd have a leftover body. Granted, it probably wouldn't have any magic. But
I will say, Kyle, Nick was such a gift. When we were planning this and you came to me like, yeah, I want to play a wizard who, worships the goddess of magic. And I'm sitting here looking at it like, neat,
Glances
this
over
lines up.
what perfect timing.
Right? It was so good.
Now I'm actually interested in what Severin would teach Nicholas because now I know what it is. Like, ooh, maybe I do want to sneak.
Do you want to talk now?
Well, here's the thing. Nick and Severin would want it for two very different reasons. Nicholas would just want to learn. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'll learn it. I'm not going to use it, but I'll learn it." Whereas Severin's like, "I will shape the very world in my image."
Hey, get a man on the inside.
Severin is essentially
Well,
Silas from Diamond and Pearl.
The only problem is, to Nicholas to endear himself, he would have to probably teach him, which is what we don't want.
Nah, we don't need Severin able to do the things he wants to do.
What's the fun in that?
Maybe just teach him wrong.
I could
That's
do
a joke.
that. I could.
Now I am the one who is bleeding, therefore I am the one who won.
No, even if Nick did learn like all of it, he'd just probably be like, "That's cool. I'm retiring now."
Neat. I'm gonna go home now.
I did it. I won magic.
I'm gonna
Exactly. He's like, I could finally give my book to someone else. I could retire officially. Go to bed. The long nap.
Right.
the longest.
Just become the magic fucking Gold Roger. Leave your spell book somewhere and create fucking D&D One Piece. Instead of pirates, it's wizards
One
and shit.
Piece.
Yeah.
Make a giant,
The one book.
Yeah.
a giant treasure map hunt just to find his book, and it's just gonna be blank.
It's
Because
just
everyone, well, everyone who opens his book, it's blank.
yeah, unless he allows you to read it.
So I'd have to judge him worthy.
Whoever finds it would be judged worthy. That would be the whole quest, bro.
That
Right.
could
That
be.
would be who you leave secrets to.
I would have to have a
It's
lot of
lost.
safety features. I'd have to have so many safety features. Like, I can't have someone who's gonna sacrifice everyone for the knowledge. I can't have any of that.
Yeah,
Do you
that's why
have
like
blood on your hands? Yes, you do. Naughty, naughty.
was it
Naughty,
what
naughty.
dungeon? What mage was it that did? It was the Dungeon of the Mad Mage that was beneath Waterdeep. I know he had a name. I just can't remember who it was that built it. And he was like he made basically a big dungeon to protect his workshop and his laboratory. And that's what the dungeon was. It was just this massive crawling complex of tests and monsters and trials and things.
Isn't there
Turns out it was
a
Nicholas.
phantasmal dragon down there as well?
I think
That
so.
guards the books. Like, you can read books, but if you try and steal one, the dragon will attack you.
I wouldn't doubt it. I actually haven't read through the book itself.
Yeah, because I watched a YouTube video unique dragons, and that was one of them. It's it's a phantasmal dragon. It was a real life dragon at one point that somehow got trapped there. And you can talk with it, it's friendly, but if you try and steal books, it gets really pissed.
That kills
Yeah. That sounds like a dragon.
Or if you piss it off, it might kill you.
Man, I've been staring at this picture of Ken and Mia for
me.
I'm so
After that
Don't
reveal.
cry, Ken.
Yeah.
Don't
Oh,
cry.
we can find something. I'm sure we can find something. We can do maybe clones, maybe simulacrums.
It wouldn't be the same though.
Well, I
Right.
mean, no. What's
Would
the
it be
one where if
Mia?
you die, where you automatically get transferred into a new body? Is
Let's reincarnate.
that reincarnate?
That's reincarnate.
There's a wizard spell that does the same thing.
I think you can also soul jar somebody and transfer them that way.
So that's an option.
I never intended
I don't like.
for so many things, Ken.
Warned you from the beginning not
Just
to get
imagine,
attacked.
too. This all happened, did you say it's been like a month in game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So everyone has gotten so attention a single month.
Because Mia came into existence on the 13th of the 4th month, because I thought it was funny, because 13 is like her favorite number. So I thought it was funny that it happened just coincidentally on that day, and it is currently 5/12.
1 day shy of a month.
1 day shy of a month.
So then the next day, she disappears from our lives forever.
She's not the goddess of the moon. I do love the story
we
that
could
you've written,
do-
though, Ken, and I'm so anxious to see how it goes, because I will tell you, I had plans at the beginning, but everything that you've done has changed them. I can't tell you what's gonna happen, but you guys have an effect. I don't just railroad. This was how Mia came into being. What happens to her from here, it's up to you guys.
So we could do clone and then do the soul jar thing.
I love the idea of everyone sitting around in this tavern room right now, and Ken is just like staring at his hands or something, and everyone's coming up with like ideas of how to help, protect Mia, and Ken's just kind of like staring.
Yeah, we also got wish.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no.
I mean, we have options. Don't worry, kid. We have options.
What we don't have is time, though. That's the unfortunate part. All is we gotta figure something out quick, gang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ken's just like in a haze. He's like just instinctually like cleaning off his armor and just checking over everything. It's this instinct at this point. He's like can't think.
His monkey brain took over.
Yeah. Or dragon brain, I guess.
Dragon brain.
I mean, hey, we could do the Earthdale thing first and then talk about this again.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta take care of the Earthdale thing regardless. Because we're here now, and that means not only are they stuck, but we're stuck. We're gonna have to deal with that, unfortunately.
But what if?
I say
we
unfortunately
deal
just
with-
because we might get tempered along the way.
What if once we deal with the Earthdale, then like, wouldn't that trigger like Mia having
Times-
to become Mistra or something?
Time's up.
Yeah.
He wants that to be the case, but that doesn't mean we have to, go with it now. That we're gonna have to deal with the Earthdale thing regardless. That's kind of like
Yeah.
completely agnostic of the Mia situation, unfortunately. But just because Shra over there wants to
Strong.
rejoin right then doesn't mean we gotta let him.
Yeah, he keeps saying, "Oh, you have to," but I'm gonna be. I don't think he really has much control over it.
I think it's more like, regardless of our decision of trying to keep him here, he's still gonna find his way to us.
I mean, it doesn't. He just straight up told us he can't use magic. It doesn't matter if he finds his way to us. He's
He can use
completely
his low-level
reliant.
magic.
He's completely reliant on Mia, basically. He even said it. Like,
Mhm.
the key that she has the magic, So, like, I think when he says she doesn't have a choice, is in the greater good sense, not we're gonna make this happen regardless of what you want.
Or like a time thing where if she dies, they eventually get rejoined, or something happens, they'll eventually
Yeah.
get rejoined. Just give it a.
At least
couple.
that's how I took it. I don't know if that's how Kate intended it, but
That was the intention, yeah.
the
and
way it
Oni
came
was-
across was like that's what it felt like. So greater good sort of deal. I get it, but I don't want my two friends to be heartbroken and split up. Star-crossed lovers.
Literally.
Yeah, I think the best option for that it would be the clone jar thing.
I think the best bet is just when they rejoin, Mia takes over and becomes the gods. We just elevate Ken into whatever god he wants to facilitate, and then they can be like a god couple.
I mean,
He could step in for Bahamut. Bahamut probably wants to retire at this point. He's getting old. He just wants to wander around with his canaries.
if you find a way to make Ken and Mia gods, go for it.
What do you mean? Find Mia?
Well, I
He
get
joined and
Mia's
she can
easy.
take over, and he's
then-
literally
okay, but that would be
we know
Mia,
he's
that'd
we
be
know
Mistra.
he's Escalon. We literally know he's the son of a god, right?
Okay,
He's
I
got
meant in
Bahamut's
the
blood in.
greater scheme.
We could absolutely get our. We might lose touch, if he becomes a god. We might not be able to see him every day, but I feel like, especially if we get to 20, we can get our boy into god.
I promised you guys 20. I have written enough story to get you to 20. You just bear with me, okay?
Yeah, we hit 20, bro. We are basically gods ourselves at that point, So like, we can get our boy up there.
Well, for the Mia thing, I was more concerned if she joins with the other guy, she's no longer going to be Mia, it's going to be Mistra. Or some new variant of Mistra.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She just needs to when you join, just take control. Just grab the brain and shores now.
But what
Mine
if the
now.
Mia personality just gets shunted to the back of the brain?
That's why she has to take control.
Wouldn't it be great if she had something worth fighting for?
Meh.
Like love.
No offense to Mia, but if Mia was the god of magic, I feel like there'd be a few problems.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I
It
feel
might
like-
be a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah, I feel like every time somebody casts a spell, regardless of their class and subclass, it'll trigger chaos or wild magic. And
You mean
would just be
fun?
Sitting in the stars, just giggling at everything.
Yeah. Mistra was good at her job. Mistra was good at her job. She was there for a reason.
Well, it sounds like she kind of
Yeah, I get that.
from what we're learning.
She definitely made herself a big old bit of oopsie daisies, didn't she?
Even Nicholas was like, "Come on."
That's why she didn't want to tell you, man.
But nah, it's like honestly, when you hear something like that about a god, it kind of endears the god to you
It does.
because they're not infallible.
They're just a really big human with a lot of power, pretty much.
Sentience is sentience.
Essentially.
I think it'd be hilarious if he became the god of the match.
I mean, Nicholas would be a little sad. He'd be sad either way, because if Mistra comes back, well, then Mia's no longer there. But if Mia
I've
becomes
got
the
it.
main god, but he no longer has Mistra to talk to.
You
I
remember
got
about
it.
a month ago
Here's-
when you talked to Mistra and you were like, "Is this the last time I'm going to talk to you?"
Yeah, no.
My heart broke.
I
I was just like, "God
got it. I've
'Cause
got
I
the
felt it.
solution.
Even though you said no, I felt it in my heart. Like that's probably the last
it
time.
was 100% a lie." She was
Here's-
hoping that
here's
maybe you'll
what we
find
do.
some way, but
When instead of Mia taking it, Nick, you become the new god of magic.
No, Nick would hate that.
No.
He's like,
You
"No."
are the perfect candidate. The one person I think everyone would trust with their lives with magic.
I mean, it's not wrong because like the best person to lead is someone who really doesn't want to.
Yep.
Nick here's the thing, Nick likes learning, but he doesn't like learning certain things. And Mistra, she allows all magic. Nick would be like, yeah, I don't like necromancy, man. Probably shouldn't do
Maybe
that.
just get rid of. Just get rid
Even
of
though
that
a lot
pool
of the here's the
magic.
thing, a lot of the healing stuff or like beneficial stuff is necromancy related.
Yeah.
Revivify.
Yeah, you can't bring
Well,
anybody back.
well, to
That's
be fair,
fine. Just get rid of it.
that's more divine in nature, but it's still, yeah.
Easy. That's perfectly within your right as the god of magic, Nick. Come
Right?
on
But
now.
that's not good because you can use something that's bad and use it for good.
All that means is a new god will crop up
Well, to be
dealing
fair,
with the necromancy. That wouldn't have to be evil. It could be the people rallying for, the good aspects of it and not
I already know who
food.
it'll
well,
be.
as I was saying, I would say Nicholas probably still would allow necromancy, but it'd be more tight leashed on it.
Just let Robert handle it, bro. Come on
No.
now.
When I narrated the armor stepping down the hall, you guys were like, Robert, it made me laugh. I was like, yeah, that would be pretty funny, wouldn't it?
Hilarious. Just like, what the fuck is he doing in the Dale Lands?
Revivify necromancy.
But no, Nicholas
resurrection,
wants to
necromancy.
retire. Nicholas wants to retire. He's through his adventure. He's like, I'm done. I've
Just
figured
just
out
one
I'm
more
done after
job and
this.
then you're out of the game.
Oh yeah, the
one
last
last
job that you have
job.
to do for eternity.
Yep,
Forever.
exactly.
There is nothing you could offer Nicholas that would make him say yes to that.
It'll stop Ken and Mia from bawling their eyes out and never seeing each other again.
You can't. No, I'll find some other
Isn't
way.
that worth
No, that's where the
Is it worth
clone and the soul
eternity?
jar.
it?
That's where the clone and soul jar comes in.
Oh, man.
Nicholas is the god of magic. He'd be livid. He'd be a grumpy god of magic.
I mean, maybe that's what we need.
A grumpy god of magic. I can't believe I'm a god of
Mr.
You
magic.
gotta
was-
cast something and it stops. It's like, hey, knock it off.
Mister was more of like a school teacher than, I don't know, it could be interesting to have a grumpy little gnome as the god of magic.
Well, he would be because he likes teaching magic to like kids. He'd teach you like really easy stuff, at least in his earlier years. And he liked learning new magic. But now
It'd be
he's
a whole
more
new
reserved.
spring of divine sorcerers that don't ever get past level 5. I need 1 second just to feed the dog. I'll be right back.
Can't do this to Nicholas. Because he'd pretty much be like Mistra, but grumpy gnome now. I don't know. But yeah.
Jokes aside, I don't think Ken would enjoy being a deity either.
I don't think anyone would enjoy being a deity.
Seems like a lot of work.
Yeah.
Oh, Aerith, what would you be the god of?
You gonna take Ogma's place?
Oh, God. He's already upset with me.
Right, if you were a god, what would you be the god of? Yowie.
Christ.
Erotic Yowie.
God of Yowie. Oh, there's just a new sub god from. It's like a cross of Malel and Ogma. It's informative, but also entertaining.
No, I feel like he'd be Aerith would be like the god of colors or something. Just like the aspect of colors.
Become the god of showmanship.
Showmanship. Performance.
Right.
I mean, that could be
Or
good.
that's kind of
Performance,
that's kind of what
showmanship, and color.
isn't
Yeah,
that
like
like
a
kind of
paper
like what
deity,
Malel does?
Who?
Malel
Oh.
was I think Malel was like storytelling and entertainment.
Yeah. Malel was the god of storytelling and entertainment. It was Rose's patron that reached out to them.
Yeah, it could be something similar to that. I could see that. What Eodos be the god of?
Oh man, do I have to talk to Earth now that some information has posited itself? I have to talk to Earth. Oh boy, we gotta talk about what your boy's been up to because he has been busy.
You know what? We should have asked that man about the shenanigans going on with the Feywild before he walked away.
I mean, you could go find him again. I'm sure he hasn't gone far.
Yeah, we can ask him.
If you want to work that in there, you can ask him.
I definitely kind of want to figure out what the deal is with that, so we could try to sort that out before anything crazier happens with Rose. If they've got scales and an eye popping up on their arm, we probably need to help, right?
And then a mouth
Yeah,
opens
you
and
know what that
licks
is.
them.
Yeah.
Full body horror.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on with the weird time bubble?
The
Don't worry about
Feywild
it.
has cast itself into this loop. It has done this before. As a world of life, it is chaos incarnate. The very fundamental aspect of its world being change. This is why leaving it is so difficult, and why temporal slips are not uncommon. The current anomaly is being helmed by one of the Archfey of that domain. And that is coming to an end as we speak.
Oh, so it's like a time-gated event.
We gotta
Sorry,
come back. We gotta come back later after we've done some quests, and it'll open up for us.
Sorry, this
smiled.
area is currently under maintenance. Please come back at this stage.
He smiles over to Nicholas. You already spoke about what needed to happen. The Archfey is utilizing the power of a paradox to fuel the loop. He could only run it so long, until that paradox resolved itself in the timeline of the materia. When you all returned, having saved Rose, and established this timeline as the timeline. Unfortunately for him, it will now limit his power going forward, and he is starting to feel that, and unfortunately for your friend, that limits the amount of time they have there, and they are now starting to feel that, but... there's a
Him
problem
or
for
she?
tomorrow,
I thought it was Titania.
Rose identifies as them. Your friend.
No, I was talking about the one causing the time.
That is not Titania. It is
Eh,
Bastille that causes the
yeah.
loop.
I feel like I got confused somewhere.
Time shenanigans.
Right.
I think we
Pretty much.
all thought it was Titania, but I think with previous revelations, it's been Bastille.
It was during the dream with Rose when
Yeah.
Ken was talking about the loop, and Rose kind of shook their head and was like, "What? No, I know what that is. That's Bastille." But that was all they said. So that's
Gotcha.
all you really know.
Well, I mean, Bastille's a title, so it could.
It is.
It might not be the Bastille we knew. It could be a different Bastille.
Could be.
Maybe a storm.
Maybe it's
It could be. I don't know.
By the
We'll
way-
get there when we get there.
The anomaly abates, and while the Feywild still finds itself sealed from the material, the ripples that it was causing are slowing.
So what time will it end on?
Do not know when it will be in sync with our world again, but it will be soon. Now that there is no longer power for him to draw upon.
I mean, that's good news. I'm now curious what happened to Titania.
Do you ask him?
Yes.
They fight her, and she fights them. Your ally battles for the salvation of their race, and their very right to live.
Gotcha. What if it is the same Bastille, but he did it on accident?
Whoops, sorry.
Well, no,
All
think about
time
it.
mistakes.
Because he sent us
Let's
back.
do the time
is-
warp again.
He's the one who sent us back back to our original timeline, and that's the only time
he?
shenanigans I could think of. And what I was thinking is when he did that, that caused the paradox too, and that's where he got that power, and he's just the one infinitely looping it, maybe on accident, but to me that makes the most sense currently with the information I have.
Reactivated the wish spell.
Or did the wish spell culminate as you finished what you needed to do?
That too.
Did he do anything? Let me ask you guys this. In that final scene when he was
Did he
panicked,
do anything?
when he was absolutely freaking out because his city was under attack and everyone was dying and he was trying to save his son and his best friend's child, he handed them to you and the door slammed open. Did he do anything?
He gave us the children, which caused the paradox. Because
Well,
technically the
fixed the
children weren't
paradox.
supposed. Well, it fixed it, but
It
also
established
caused
it. Yeah, because that's the problem with the paradox is like something had to have happened, which means it has to happen so that when you get there, it had to have happened. You know, it's all time travel shenanigans. And if you're working with multiple branching timelines, you can go back and change things and go forward again. But when you work in like a fixed timeline, paradoxes like that can be extremely destructive because it's basically like the universe has to unfold this way. And if it doesn't, well, here's all the cataclysm that could happen.
Yeah.
My
That's
younger
bad.
years reading prepared me for time shenanigans.
Wait, what book?
Homestuck.
Oh, Homestuck.
Oh yeah.
A huge chunk of that series is revolving around establishing stable loops and the ramifications of fucking those up.
That's exactly what you guys did. You established a stable time loop.
I really want to reread that again.
And while it was unstable, Bastille was able to use it to power his time loop, but as soon as you established it, it stopped being unstable, and, well...
Oops.
Well, hopefully, when it finally stops and we can go get our homie, hopefully they're okay and not like a grizzled war vet with PTSD and like a
Hopefully
dragon
their
mask
arms
embedded
feel
in them.
Hopefully. It depends on which one we get. We're rolling the lottery machine here to see which Rose we get. Gotcha game Rose. Which version do you want?
I, as
The legendary one.
both DM and Caden, someone who loves stories and storytelling, I could not have asked for a better story for Rose. It is so good. It's so good. So I'm just excited for you guys to get them back in. Same for Eidos. Like, I'm so excited to hand him back over with what I have planned and to see what
Want
we
to
do.
know what he's been up to. He's the one
Right?
I've heard the least amount about.
Yeah, his name just pops up like once a week, and Nicholas is like, "Who's this Eidos they talking?"
I keep hearing this name. Who is he?
It's gonna show up, and anybody that's not Ken or Aerith is gonna immediately think he's a new villain because he does not look like the hero at all.
No.
You know what? Let's scry him right now. Let's see what he's up to.
Does scrying grow across the plains?
Nope.
Dang.
He's on a in and out 10-minute Shadowfell adventure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
What's the worst that could happen, you know?
I just get Eidos and Robert together, and they'll be like, "Ah, yes, look at those two villains right next to each other."
They'll solve the whole fucking story in 2 seconds. Talking? Nah. That's the other
fire and
guys.
brimstone. Just
Yes.
fire and brimstone.
Oh my god.
Burn everything.
Exposition? Nah, we don't do that here.
We are men.
We
of
don't
action.
ask questions.
Terrifying.
Just a little bit. It's so good. I'm just
You can
like,
can Jaeger join the team?
Hell yeah. Let him in.
Jaeger. Well, let's see what happens with Jaeger. Maybe he might be able to make it into
Where
an
did he
anti-hero.
go?
He's with Hadrian.
Oh,
He's chilling.
He left
I'm sure
us.
they're fine.
He
I'm
left
sure
us.
Turns
nothing
out
bad
they
is
lied
happening.
to us, and they're both on vacation in like the islands. They got the Hawaiian T-shirts on. They're drinking martinis, and they're like, "Ah, finally, we got away."
Peace and quiet.
Leave it to the next generation to solve the problems. I feel like
Their
we got
story's
super
cooking.
sidetracked.
It's doing things. Yeah, well, I mean, we're basically just bullshitting while we're chatting, because I feel like that was a bit emotionally impactful to jump right back into like, all right, well, here's what we got to do. It's like you either have to have something to work towards, or you're gonna have to discuss it. It was just a little. You guys need some time to think, so we just bullshit.
Yeah, that was a lot. Poor Ken and poor Mia are going through it right now. They're both working through some stuff now for sure.
There's serious existential crises happening in the party, and that's Aerith. Do you see why Ken needs you? I was like, he can't leave before we go to the Earthdale. Ken cannot be going into the Earthdale with a group of essentially strangers and his girlfriend, and then being told that, oh, no, she's got to leave too. It's like, what? No, he's got to have somebody. He's got to have somebody.
You almost left our boy alone. How could you?
Don't worry, we'll get Eodos back eventually. We'll get Eodos, we'll get Rose, everything will be good, we'll get everything back together.
The band's coming
No
back.
one will die, hopefully.
that I can't guarantee, but the band is coming back.
We're working on it.
There's gonna be some people dying, but it's gonna
Hopefully
be
not
out
us.
of like pure unadulterated rage out of everything that has been going on to all the important people, dude.
Man. Big story time. So it was like, yeah. Like I said, I've been waiting for you guys to get here because I knew Stir was here, and I've just been waiting for the lore dump because I knew he knew everything. He knew what was going on. He was responsible. He is that knowledge. It weighs him down heavily and makes him very, very, very
Grumpy.
yeah, that's the right word. I was going for angry, and it ended up more just tired. Tired and sad. How you feeling, Ken?
Walk us through Ken's mental state right now.
Don't worry, Ken. We'll find something. We'll find a way
So,
that you're gonna keep your girlfriend.
after getting through the initial rush of what the fuck, why are you saying this? Logically, he understands. Like, magic is like the primal source of everything. So someone has to be there to maintain it. But as unorthodox as it is, this is the
Oh no! No, you can't interrupt him like that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
As orthodox as it is.
as unorthodox as it came to be, Mia is Ken's first
Anything.
love, first kiss, first special night. Like, she has very quickly become an existence on par with obviously his friends, but
Papa
his dad.
Bahamut?
Yeah, as his as close to an existence precious to him, as his dad and best friends. If there's even a 1% chance of her being able to stay, and we can still figure things out, fuck logic, he's gonna take it.
I'll tell you, above table, there's a chance, but you guys got to do some you got to make some interesting choices, and I'll see how you guys go. I'll try to paint it in a way that it makes sense, but everything's possible. anything's possible. That was why the fortune tellers had such trouble with you guys and saw so much future there, is because there are so many things that depend entirely on how you as players play your characters that shapes our narrative. After every game, I go back and I'm like, all right, what do I got to change? What gets adjusted here? Because it's great. It's like that's the whole point of a cooperative
How did the
storytelling
story
environment.
flow out this time?
I felt a little bad in the Feywild because I had to railroad you guys a little bit because time had to assert itself, and that was kind of the story. But I don't want that to be the whole campaign. I want this to be our story together. So nothing is set in stone, even if it's something that I wrote down years ago or months ago or whatever. I am always open to seeing how character decisions shape the narrative. And when Mia drank that potion of love, it was hilarious. But when
Literally
Ken,
changed everything.
when Ken reciprocated and it actually formed into something, it changed everything. Everything. So you do have a big effect on things, and I'm really curious to see what you guys end up doing, because anything's possible.
We got options. We got options.
I'm curious.
Hey, I never said it was going to be like a chill, non-emotionally damaging or distressing campaign. There was going to be some trauma and drama. I mean, I killed you guys like 3 years ago, just outright with a big red dragon.
Aureus finally, he comes back from the dead. New powers. Let's use it. Dies
Aureus is
again.
alive. Oh yeah, well yeah, that was
He
it.
immediately died
Immediately.
after getting his powers.
Here's the thing, and we talk about
Immediately.
it, but like, if he didn't have the bindings of the divine, could he have survived as well as he did against Resmir? Would you all
No,
have beaten
But I just think
Resmir?
it's
Like,
hilarious.
it is hilarious. It absolutely is. But that was like the whole purpose, was he came back for that fight. Like, he came back to be there to stop the first worm speaker that you encountered.
And he never got to use his mounted fighter feat.
No.
He was so close.
The one opportunity.
So close.
The one opportunity. Rose jumped on Fred.
You should have done it faster.
He was trying. In his defense,
He
he
really
was
was.
trying. You were already in the water, and that's where Fred had to be because giant crocodile. So it was a bit of a unfortunate confluence, but
It's just funny.
it is. It's all like, it's been such a good story. Like, we're all so good at the characters, at coming up with the silly little like fun things that make so much sense in character, and I couldn't have asked for a better party to run this long ass campaign through, because you guys are awesome.
Just imagine if Hawk was here. Dear God.
There'd be a lot more chaos, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Although Cosmo had his serious moments, and definitely had moments where I was endeared to him. So Hawk can really pull off. So did Farron. Farron was he had some solid character. He was just also dumb as a rock. Our other friend Kyle, Hawk, he played Farron during our Icewind Dale campaign, who was a Saiyan. It was basically a Goku archetype. And when they're moving around Icewind Dale, the dale itself is pretty small. Everything's about only like a mile or 2 miles apart, but it's in the midst of these like constant unending blizzards and snowstorms and stuff. So it's all heavily snow laden, and normally you get like sled dogs. You have to like manage them and feed them and everything. But Farron, as a Saiyan, had a feat that enabled him to push, pull, and drag items up to 2 sizes larger than his own, as if they were his own, because, super strong. So they would just, they got a harness and slapped it on Farron and strapped him to a sled. Even though they had a wolf that they could be like, "Hey Abby, could you pull the sled for us?"
Nah.
No.
No.
Farron was faster.
Drake didn't want Abby to, tire himself out, because Drake is a dog lover. And
Yeah.
when Drake got the bag of friends, we would hope for the giant stag. And if we didn't get it,
the elk's name?
The elk, yeah. What was the elk's name?
Can't remember.
Can't remember either.
Yeah, anytime we didn't get the elk, we just gave Farron the harness. We were just like, all right, training time, Farron. There you go.
That bag of tricks. Oh my god. That thing caused so many amazing scenes
The
and
weasel.
huge problems. Fucking Swiper. I know Swiper's name. I remember that one. Terrorizing that poor man. Robbing him.
Sad. Drake gave us a bag of tricks in Strixhaven, and my sister-in-law Amanda got the bag. And you know how which animal was it? Was it the badger that like killed somebody who had 1 HP in Iceland?
I think so. Yeah.
The same thing happened with a rat. And
Gotta be
Drake
careful with
had
those
the
friends, man.
same face you had, Cade.
Alright. Stupid badger. Okay.
Have you seen what was it called? Is it the Bag of Devouring?
I have seen that.
It sounds awful.
Instead of a bag of holding, it looks like a bag of holding, but if you stick your hand in it, it will try and eat you.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's a mimic posing as
It's
Right.
yeah, it's kind of like a
Kinda.
mimic. And you can feed it and stuff, but the stuff you can do with that, where you can have it, like you know how you like fold stuff inside out, or someone's trying to like go through your stuff, like the guards did with ours. You can like, oh yeah, here's my bag, and give it to
Yeah,
someone,
here
and
you go.
unfold it, and it will just try and devour people.
Yeah, there's a 50% chance when part of a living creature is placed in the bag, as happens when someone reaches into it, there's a 50% chance the creature is then pulled into the bag. The creature in the bag can attempt to escape, or is
Mhm.
devoured by the bag.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
It doesn't have any rolls for the damage you take while in there, which is interesting.
You just die.
or you just lose a limb.
It's like Fissure in that Pokemon campaign. They're just gone. They don't faint. They're just gone now.
That is terrifying. I hate that move so much.
Oh, Fisher?
Yeah.
Bye.
Well, like in the Pokemon game, it's a one-hit KO, but in the tabletop, the way that they have it worded, like normally your Pokemon hits 0 hit points and it goes back to its Pokeball, but in this one, it specifically says that it falls into the fissure and is lost forever.
That's so depressing.
It's so sad.
Just kill other Pokemon.
Right?
Bye.
No, you can't have my babies. They're my babies.
When is that campaign going?
It's still been on hold. Tyranny needed some focus to get through like the Fey arc, and now that we're here, I can really start to get ahead. And I really wanted. Hawk's been telling me all about the Digimon campaign, and I've been helping him kind of get things prepped for it and giving him advice, and it's just making me want to get Pokemon.
Yeah, I think we're gonna.
I just need Dark Saturday. You know, I really need.
Yeah,
some
we need
just
another
Dark Saturday.
God.
week.
Yeah.
Give us an 8-day week.
Pilot for the government.
Great.
Right.
Please.
Hello, dear world government. Could everybody in the world please go to an 8-day week? We'll call the day after Sunday Dark Saturday. It's like the day that we actually have to get everything done. Saturday and Sunday can be fun days, and then Dark Saturday is the day that we have to actually do our chores because we go back to work on Monday.
And also get rid of daylight saving times universally.
Yes,
You don't need it anymore.
please.
Just get it
No
gone.
one needs it. Get it gone. Get it out of here. It just makes everything so much less complicated and not have to think about it.
And just like a global, like, one time zone.
I mean, so that would be problem. Because, like, if we
Yeah.
did that, let's say because right now we do, it's called the Universal Time Code, and it's
Hey,
based on...
just use that.
Well, okay, do you know what time it is right now in UTC? Because I can tell you.
Nope.
It is 5 in the morning.
It's fine. It's close enough.
That's not far off for me. It's 2 in the
Right?
morning for me. I can live with that,
Sorry,
I think.
7 in the morning. I didn't realize it was 11 o'clock already. Holy shit.
I don't like universal time code.
Yeah, I mean, it works really well. Like, I had to learn how to do the UTC transition when I was playing Eve back in the day, because it was all based around UTC.
I'd like it to not have to figure out, well, it's 2 a.m. here, it's 1 a.m. there,
Yeah.
it's midnight there, but at the same time, I would like to not be like 7 a.m. and it's pitch black out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know time zones were a thing until high school.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like,
Fair.
especially if you don't travel, like,
Yeah.
it makes
The only
sense.
places I traveled were freaking Mexico.
As long as you
Maybe
move
California.
vertically, you don't need to worry about it.
Yep.
Right?
Essentially did.
I have been a gamer my whole life, and I learned about it very early on. The people that I played like, back in the day on the PS3 and 360
Yeah.
era were in the UK, and it was as a kid trying to wrap your head around a time difference is not fun. Like, why are you guys getting tired now, or why are you awake? I'm about to go to sleep.
You got to kind of figure
it's
it out in order
nighttime.
to make sense. Yeah.
But it's the middle of the day. Why are you guys
Right.
going to bed?
I'm
No.
also gonna share the AI art that I had for Stir, so you guys can kind of see it.
Is he hot?
I think so, in a like old zaddy kind of way.
Ooh.
All right, so Ken flirts with Mia.
Oh.
Era flirts with the other one.
And then we have some sort of really weird threesome,
Yes.
That man looks badass.
right?
I needed a magic genasi. Well, I closed Firefox by accident, but I think I will take that as a sign that dinner is a requirement right now. So I'm gonna hop off my computer and go get some cooking. Yeah, it's 11, but that was a lot of
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, it was great. I feel like that revelation right at the end was the perfect spot to call it.
Right.
Yeah.
I figured we'd call after the shoe dropped. The
Yeah.
shoe I've been waiting a year plus
You were
to drop.
so good.
We had
So
other
good.
things to worry about.
I mean,
Yeah, no.
so here's the thing. Like, you can't just have a character come in, do its thing, and leave. Like, the best thing is you have a character come in and just
You
fart
gotta,
around with the story.
yeah, you gotta become ingrained in it,
Right?
because then the stakes are. If Mia had showed up with no knowledge, we got there and we found out, oh, okay, she's part of Mishra. All right, cool. All right, we'll go back to being
Like,
Mishra then, I
"Oh,
guess. And
Okay,
But-
see ya.
we went on adventures together. Her and Ken formed like a tight-knit relationship.
You guys have
She's
bled and
endeared
fought with
herself
each other.
to so many different people. Yeah. Now the fact that she's part of Mistra, it's like, well, fuck. Greater good and all. Sure, it makes sense, but we don't want Mia to
Yeah.
leave.
I'm curious to know what Oni is thinking of, like these revelations of the gods and their existence, and Mistra herself as this almost outside of that
See,
pantheon.
this is honestly perfect for him, because it means the idea of like understanding beyond surface level stuff is way more important than he already thought it was, and it's honestly motivating him now to seek out truths further than he would before. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the idea
that
that
was what I was going for. Yes.
they're just like the perfect. I feel bad, but it's the perfect like match to ignite him to go off on his own. I don't want him to just leave everybody, but it's the perfect like starting point for him to be like, man, there's even more. I gotta recommit myself.
It was just the surface. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cool.
You can go help nobody fix the material plane.
Haven't we been
Right?
saying how awesome it
You gotta
would
be buddy cops. Buddy cops.
Buddy cops. Anyway, I
Now,
don't
which one
have
you would be, the
plans.
good
Don't worry
cop,
about
which
me.
one's the bad cop?
That's a really good question. I don't know. It would be whichever one nobody wanted to be, because
I feel
Tony
like
kind
you'd
of
like flip a coin, like, all right, who wants to be bad cop today?
yeah.
You guys just sort of go, all right, who's
Switch
the
off.
bad guy today? Are you the... Oh, you guys both go in and you're both doing the good cop routine, and you come out like,
You're like,
hold on, I
"Damn,
thought I
damn it."
was good cop today. No, I'm good cop on Tuesdays. Oh, okay.
We go back in, and now we're both the bad cop because we misunderstood.
Or what, you know, whoever's on the other side of the interrogation table is just like, what the hell's going on?
I'm so confused.
Oh,
The
man.
suspect is just frightened and confused at the same time. Everything anyway.
Right?
Very good. All right, guys. Have a great night. I don't know if Gina's coming out with her phone. If so, I'll chat on there.
Yeah.
But I definitely need
If
to go
anybody
do
sticks
food.
around.
Nah, I'm
But yeah, we
good.
gotta figure out what to eat.
I need to head to bed.
Alright, in the morning.
Yeah, it sounds like it's time to call it. But it was fun, y'all.
It
Yeah.
was.
Yeah. Have a good
Y'all
night,
have a
all.
good night.
Y'all take it easy.
Bye.